Hello! And we're back with some more live streaming, which I didn't do at all last week. Hooray! So first of all, sorry for that. It's just been kind of exhausting. We've been doing a lot of planning and a lot of scheduling, and it's just kind of annoying. It's been kind of exhausting, like with all like the real life stuff that's been going on. So we didn't stream at all last week, but really sorry if people are looking forward to it. But some updates. We're working on a huge, long series of streams because Chloe is very close to getting some paid time off, which is good. So Chloe will make more appearances soon, hopefully. Instead of just me. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but it's kind of stressful just doing it on your own. So hopefully soon Chloe will be around more often. We've got a lot of plans, we've got a lot of ideas and stuff like that we have to nail down. As far as the randomizer thing goes, we still haven't nailed down why Resident Evil is being such pain. It's not just 3, we did some testing with 2 and it's exactly the same, it's just completely broken. So we're gonna have to try and think of ways to make it either better, or just gonna have to cave and record it using the crappy laptop. But that's an else problem, we'll deal with that later. For today, I felt like playing Final Fantasy XIV. In fact, for the past, like 3-4 hours I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm like, you know what, I really should just work on Chloe while Chloe's not here. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna continue with our little Chloe character. So we're right where we left off, and on an island. I was AFK, whoops. So what we're gonna do is just a bit of leveling. We're gonna hopefully do some main story and get to Garuda. If not Garuda, I will finish a Ramabon. And you'll be like, well, hang on a minute. Yeah, no, it's ambitious. Don't worry about it. I don't know how long I'm gonna go for. But how's my gear looking? Because I'm pretty sure it was really bad. It was really bad, but now it's kind of okay. Now, didn't I get the... I did not. I thought I did. Okay, that's fine. And then I still don't have access to... where's the other one? Don't have the other... Okay, I still don't have the other one. Okay. Because there is another one which gets you an even better ring, which, you know, gives you more experience points, which, you know, I wouldn't mind. That, apparently not. Okay, so let's just have a look, because we got several, no, only 2 crafters and 2 gatherers to 50. And then we've almost got Paladin to 50 and Dragoon to 50. Okay, so what we can do is we will just go play with some randos. So here we go, leveling. Not instant queue, that's disappointing. That's disappointing on so many levels. But unfortunately it is what it is. So in a couple of days is the Berlin Fan Fest, so we're gonna get more info on 8.0, which I'm looking forward to. But I guess we'll see what happens from there. Not gonna do any like commentary or like watching along or like analyzing and all that stuff. That's not my thing. But it's worth mentioning. Yeah, where are we? Ugh. Why is it always copper belt? It's always copper belt. And it's really annoying. Oh well. Away we go. At least it's gonna be quick. It's just always copper belt, you know? You think it could be something different? No, it's copper though. Dum 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 dum. At least I got, what, 2 range DPS? Machinist and Pictor. You're ready for that, so running and running and running. Alrighty. Okay. Sprint. Right, away we go. To that. Stun you. Throw that. Then that one. I'm trusting this level 90 plus stage. Could be a mistake, but I'm trusting them. Done that. And then we're gonna do a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2 and a 3 and their defenses. You're ready for that. Easy peasy. It's nice when it's easy peasy. It's annoying when it's not easy peasy. I'm probably confused, like, how does this sprout know what to do? I'm like, bro, I'm just better. Ah, yeah. Brand slam, my button. Doesn't matter. There's nothing anyway. 100. I have 700. I'm fine. Oh yeah. Got it from just the melee. Nice. Well, he's dead. Oh, that was easy. Actually, it sounds okay. It sounds like it's okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's okay. As always, I've got it in the little corner over there. Then I've got it in a little bit quieter than normal. Because last time, it kept picking up my own audio from my own stream. Alright, at least it's gonna be quick. There's nothing like quick. Belt that's dead. Let's go. Belt that's dead. Let's go. And 1 and disengaged. How does this sprout know where the disengage lines are? I'm just clever, you know? It's nice when, you know, they realize what the objective is. Which is just to run away. So, I don't even have to do much, just move away a little bit and bam. The one of the few times where not having a melee makes the dungeon easier. Because I can just do whatever I want, and stand wherever I want. Oh, another one down. Easy peasy. And dead. Bum 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 bum. There. Where did these guys come from? That wasn't part of the plan. And easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Instead of difficult, lemon difficult. Theoretically, this gets to the 50. I don't see why I wouldn't. If it doesn't, I'll be very upset. Let's see that level 50. Hurrah for that. Nice. Job done. Alright, got a commendation for once. Alright, because I don't play with people, that's right, it's always NPC. Alrighty, so we're gonna go Dragoon. Yes, there is better gear, good. And then we're gonna go all the way there to go with this. Alright, extract material. It may come in handy one day. Probably not. Oh, there's an achievement. At the very least, I can just sell these for money. I mean, I could even just turn them all in for different materia. But I probably won't be doing that for a very long time. I need to go to Wipe Room. Let's go. And then I'll drink my coffee, which is already going cold. Oh man, the trip from here to Wipe Room is so annoying. It just takes forever. One of the things that we always wanted was an Aetheryte in Wipe Room, and they're like, no, you can't do that because it's a war zone. It's like, it was a war zone, but what if we're in, like, you know, 4.0, which is Stormblood? It's like, no, you can't have that. And then they finally caved and gave us the tickets to Vespa Bay, which is nice. But then they're kind of pointless because I feel like they give you way too many. I just remembered why I didn't do leveling last time. Because I don't have the skills. So if I ended up getting a high level dungeon, I would have been screwed. Oh well. Hello. Horse of Ford is eyeing you with interest. You the last responsible for the commotion upstairs? Yes, I am. Aye, word travels fast and wiper in front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drillemon's mind. There's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here is that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. We never the barracks and he's short of notice. How, you ask? That's easy. Said the poor soul's a decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. 'Twouldn't be quality meat, 'tis true, but it'd be damn sight better than nothing. If you've a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Denford Pass? And take this bottle of vinegar. Lurk will say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. This is very important, because this is actually the first one of these quests I've actually done. And people don't understand. I've seen so many people ask for help to do it. It's like, bro, just use the item. It's like, what? What do you mean the item? What item? I'm like, bro, you should have got an item. What do you want about? Yeah, and it's literally this one. Yeah. So, like, there's all kinds of, there used to be a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Main scenario quests. Where you had to like, fight certain things and use items on and stuff like that. But they cut most of them. So this is, usually the only one that people get to see first, because all the rest are going to be side quests, which are optional. Right, so you lower this thing out. Just stand here. There it is. Then you just go dark side of vinegar. It's just on a bit. Bam! HP and damage down. Easy win for me. I got 4 minutes. I don't need 4 minutes. Easy. Because all you have to do is use that item, and then that's it. But so many people are like, skip dialogue, skip cutscene, skip dialogue, skip dialogue, skip dialogue. And they're like, I can't kill this thing, how do I kill it? It's like, bro, use the item. And like, Pong? Man, it's so fun. Eventually. We're still in the early Ramadan. Level 45 and it's still early Ramadan. Dell. Didn't work at I thought it was an idiotic idea. Well, actually, he could. Oh dear, remind me never to wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bowl of vinegar anywhere. This should only take a moment. I'll just need to do this and this and voila! Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3, distribute them to the hungry knights here and up above. Hello. You there at last. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. Yeah. Mwahaha, yes. Yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and the wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. We ought to at least receive a high view before we march up to die in his godforsaken ways. Here. Is that a fresh cooked steak? Hello and his blessings be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no. It is the most delicious fruit I've had in a fortnight. Oh, the Aromaborn dialogue is so funny. Hello. Ever must we trade to maintain a glance? Yeah, never are we to receive the proper sustenance? Here. You are a godsend, my friend. True, if you appreciate that Hastur and I must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. And then we go back to Gordon Ramsay down there. Hello. It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? But I've forgotten about the hard-working Shurigans at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking this steak to Sonoda? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Dad, I'm indoors. Who cares? It's my Pokemon. I can use it indoors. Where am I going? Upstairs. Going upstairs. Where are you? There you are. I knew you somewhere. Hello. Beg your pardon, madam, but I'm busy tending to this man. I'll be with you in a moment. Hey, is that... Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. What do we got? Debt, Vit, and Direct. Tenacity, Vit, and Skills paid. Find me that one. Is that rain? It is right. Okay. I didn't know it was going to rain today, but okay. The best inventions. Might I have a word with you, Corey? It concerns the Chiogans. After speaking with them earlier, I learned they lack sufficient Olympics for their needs, you say. If I use some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced Olympic breath as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. All are required to complete the device for the cause of 3 ice sprites. Though commonly used to reduce the temperatures of alchemical mixtures, there is a way to alter their properties so that they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Alright, so let's do that. And let's hope that that Inquisitor Dirge doesn't get wind of it. Such a long game. Alrighty. Oh yep, it's definitely raining and I feel way colder than I was a minute ago. There's one. Like, for all of its flaws, I still love this game. I have, like, pages and pages of complaints against this game over the years. But I still play it because I love it. It is by no means perfect. Which is unfortunate, considering how long they've been doing it, but you know, you can't make everyone happy. But hopefully, like, they're doing a lot of system changes for 8.0 to change like how progression works and stuff like that. So hopefully that makes it even more fun than it already is. Have you obtained a cause? If so, please show it to me. Here you go. What an amazing device, but it's a trillion Olympics. I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I have no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder... Where thee, the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, whose generosity comes at a cost? Oh, not this guy again. Their honest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We haven't succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers. This bro, man. Why does that man detest us, sir? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francis' trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every time. He sure does. Level up! Influencing Inquisitors! Before we can persuade Lord Drillum on Talbot, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Gulaimi, whatever his name is, that we're not his enemy. We just tell him when we go about doing that. We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in courses. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of the White Brim Front. Sure, you'll find us at Alpha Square. I'm sure we can formulate a strategy from there. I mean, I have one strategy. You know, it's snowing. It's hard to say. How can I end it quickly? Inquisitor Gulaim? Yes, of course I don't remember. Last I've not seen him since the day he came to the White Brim Front several moons ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in the snow that day, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the night's watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in a darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveller, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped into a terrible fall. When I woke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end, Inquisitor Gulaim rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, madam, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. Where's the other one? Oh, no. There. It's done it again. It's done it again. I gotta talk to this person. Inquisitor Gulaim, I have the focus of whom you speak, unbeliever. Aye, we learned of your deeds at Witchshop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you! That's a bit rude, honestly. I was just asking a question, jeez. Hey, look. It's more dots. They're under the ground. And that's all they do. They go underground. They're really annoying. Under Inquisitor Gulaim's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Hey, look, now the bots are over there. Hey, look, now bot leveled up. Huh. Unbelievable. The Holy Sees decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Heloni's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. Interesting. Yo. In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. I realized it soon after our arrival, but paid it no mind, as I hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind, our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise he's held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained, Chloe. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Gulaim's motivations. Interesting. Something troubles me about the word at Knight's account. He claims he felt chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate. Yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived in White Brim Front, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he could the silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from north of the eastern gate, not south. But it can be so. That way lies not but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Jalot is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Maybe retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery. Outside the eastern gate. Hey, dude. That's a fishing rod. Why do you have a fishing rod? Interesting. I never noticed he had a fishing rod. Maybe it's supposed to be a rifle, but I seriously doubt it. And down we go. Ow. And down we go. Ow. Right, let's get this HP regenerated. Clock, 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 on. We're on an invisible clock count. Come on. Meaning there's absolutely no clock at all. Ah, go, 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 go. Hyena, level 34. That my weapon is hard. Just another day beating up plasmoids and getting thundered in the face. Still around. Oh! What's this? What's this? It's him! He's dead! He's dead, Gem. You found something to do. Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. Here you go. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Colame. Nearly come to Kerworthis and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof, Dan often known as giant words, that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we've yet to discern his true identity or why he has decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, Kai, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Oh, weapon. I might as well... What's that? Oh yeah, the Templar arms. That's right, I can't use it because I already have it. Is that only normal quality? Really? Damn. Since Lord Drillamon has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical, whatever that word is, alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, yes, mayhap that is the only way left to us. Confront Sir Jalor with the evidence you discovered and see if it helps him recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. All this for an airship. Hey, dude. Oh, you've returned. Is there something else you wanted to ask? Actually, can you look at this? The Inquisitor's an impostor. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He's a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that all that is a lie. You're so certain that your ludicrous story is true and can't speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night and helped the Inquisitor carry me out, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Hello. You! I do not believe I know you, madam. Pray, move along and trouble me no more. Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a trifling? I know not of it at all. What? Do you doubt my words? Away with you. I won't suffer your slander no more. I doubt you. You know, don't you, Fury? Take me. I prayed this day would come. When Sir Jalil gave chase, I followed close behind him. He didn't follow. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the young me, but what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Jalil and I will be spared. But if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried Sir Jalil to the infirmary, and on his first night in Whitebrim Front, Inquisitor Glenn was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Joam. I wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats. And so I did nothing until Lord Francois was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of Whitebrim Front. So I took several from his chest and planted them in shipment's bow for Skyfire locks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Hallionot, thus exonerating Lord Francois and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Hello, and forgive me for not acting sooner. More experiments! Suspicious box. Up we go! Hello? Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the stone vigil. Do nothing to repeat myself. You should look at this. There better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying the rosaries. And where did you find this papal encyclical? Fury, take me, the Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friend, Chloe, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. Elegant silver pieces. That thrice damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hell's take him and his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes for Snowclake even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has branded a heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength, Chloe. Together let us put an end to this impostor's heresy once and for all. Alrighty, things are heating up. And then cooling down because it's so damn cold. We've almost got the next dungeon. Almost. Bum 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 bum. Alright, good. I was worried I wasn't high enough. No, rather see full attack me. Alright. This is a job for Probably Dragoon, honestly. Good to have you with us, miss. When more Drillman arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Yep. You needn't tremble so much, the righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace and alone his halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die by all that is holy? I swear to you that I have never questioned the teachings of her learning. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillman, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am the person conducting the interrogation, are you not? Silence, a villain, I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Galame and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. Huh? Great allegations indeed, but you'll find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that which I owe no allegiance to, no Lord Drillman? My conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence? Ha! All are complicit in these crimes for all their lives What? All are complicit in these crimes for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. Man, English is hard. But I know you will not hear me, deafened by a dogma as well. If you desire retribution, Lord Jolana, come, let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Dravanian fang and claw. Bam bam. Sure, the heretic no mercy. I feel this. Boom. Hello. Been so long, it's been literally years since I've seen eye for an eye. I used to be an arcane skill. If you attack something, you get debuffed, but I don't remember what it does. Oh, he's a dragon now. Stern skin. Hottest Stern skin was great. A dragon standing before you stood enough play? Wow, a dragon, I'm so scared. Hi, Wyvern. Alright, there's another one now. How many more of these dudes are there? Where are you going? And now I guess we just wait. See ya, dude. Easy peasy. My glamour's dispelled. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardans I've sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I'm content. My only regret is that you yet live. You'll end as knife far. The dragons within stone vigil will rend you asunder, and your dead white brim front shall fall. I'm dead. Defiant to the last, leave the fight for the curse. His ilk deserves not better. Corey, I must apologize for involving you in a sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgard affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our midst. It is past time that you were reunited with your airship. But this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray visit me at Whitebrim Front and bring your associates. I suppose. Yeah. English is just hard, man. Don't tag me. Good. Man. You're just reading the words on the screen and your brain just gets confused and says God knows what. So much things in my inventory. And almost at the next dungeon. Hello. Where have you been, Corey? The false inquisitor has been slain here, has he? Yes, well, his was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. They've overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments. I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we've secured the Enterprise. As I'm sure you'll agree, it is past time we enter the Stone Vigil. Pay Lord Drillmon a visit and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow Ednon. Yes, I do all the work and then you just sit back and relax. At least I'm the protagonist. I will that going for me. Surrey stairs. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Galame will still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand it seemed too much to hope that the science of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you had no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Yes, of course. It is the very least I can do given all that you've done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes. I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we've been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by the dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, your own witches served as a Dravanian foothold in Coethus, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we've pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been able to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Oh, or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drumlin, but there is no guarantee that you'll prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without his guardian aid. Yeah, we'll make a meet hut. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Nethelane of your impending visit. May Helena guide you, Scions. Oh, man. Bad. Sorry, it stopped raining. That didn't rain for long. Well, like 20 minutes. Cheers. They're so close. It's like not even 100 meters away. Hello. Hail, Chloe. Lord Drillman has apprised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you will. Sure. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum bum. NPC could actually know what to do. Bam! Nice. Might as well use this raptor steer I got. Go! Let's go! It's taking more than a few dragons to stop us. You're damn right, I'm a Dragoon. I'm a learning Dragoon, but I'm still a Dragoon. And I don't have AoE because I haven't done my short quest. Oops. This is gonna be slower. But at least it's very easier. Because I have NPCs and not silly people. Alrighty, so drag is gonna drop down and breathe fire on me. There it is. Also, the one annoying thing about these NPCs, this Marauder has a gap closer. Warrior doesn't get him until level 62. So it's just an insult, really. Is there a chest in there still, or is that removed? No, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Same with that one. Cool, let's go. I could pull more, but there's literally no point. I don't have the equipment or the abilities I need for that. I could technically unlock another job right now. Well, actually 2 more. And then, use ours, which have like, you know, abilities and stuff. That I want to wait. Alrighty, where is it? Or do you let go bye-bye as well? Did I remove it? Or is it in out? No, it's gone bye-bye, okay. Ugh, so easy, yet so boring. Trash mobs be trash mobs. There we go. Now Drag is gonna drop down and breathe fire on me again. There he is. Raw. Bam. Zam. And now a boss with actual mechanics I have to deal with. Because he's gonna run away. There he goes, he's running away. And he's using swinge. Make sure you're standing behind it. Because not only does that do damage, it also gives you some debuffs which prevent you from actually doing anything. And then don't ever stand with the tank because it likes to break fire on it. And then he'll probably run away again. It's just gonna keep spamming line breath, okay? Oh, there he goes. And then you stand behind it, because this one, so you stand behind it, then you move immediately, he does it again, and then make sure you're not standing with the tank, so then lines breath in its face. Very simple. You just have to literally move, but people don't realize that. I don't know why. Like, if something's staring at you and you see taskbar, you should really get out of there. Damn. Level up! I do in fact, oh yeah, because I can use this. It's the cycle of war, that's right. Disciple. Oh wait, do I have to... Is there anything there? There's a treasure chest and I need gear. Alright, we'll do this for now. I shouldn't, we'll do it anyway. Right, was it worth it? I'm pretty sure that's mage stuff. That's fun. Mage stuff is totally fun. Then another dragon gonna drop down and breathe fire on me. But it's actually technically the same dragon. A year. And there we go. Man, it takes so long. I forgot how long this one takes when you don't have actual decent gear. Okay, we're nearly... Yeah, there it is. There's the next boss, just chilling. More sprites. As it's cold, obviously. Oh, there is... Okay, the chest is still there. Oh, man. My damage is so terrible. Okay, give me something good. Something good. That's more mage stuff. I don't have a mage at the moment. I will, but not yet. And then... more of these guys. Oh, man. But it could be worse. This dungeon used to be way worse. There was way more enemies. We had tanks who didn't have tank stats. Because, Paladin's tank stance was level 40. And yes, the dungeon's level 41, but so many paladins did not do their job quest. Like me! Right, this has also actual mechanics. Thank Buster that I personally don't care about. Hey-oh-ee! And then the actual mechanic, which is Typhoon. Which is far different than it used to be. Right, so the space one's over here. So the tornadoes just move on their own in a straight line. You get hit by it, you get flying. It's flying into the air. And I'm pretty sure it gave us. Now I could demonstrate it, but then the fire will take longer and I don't want it to. In fact, I'm just gonna limit break now. Here we go, that's another small chunk. Right, now you've gotta watch and see what goes past. Those two are over here, then over here. Easy peasy. And then it's just on a loop now. Over here, dodge around here. Needs a cruiser. Just takes so long because my gear is so bad. I think I had better gear. I mean, I will get better gear eventually. The problem is the eventually. Just a little bit more. Okay. We're almost out of this frozen hellhole. Level up. Am I just only getting... No, that's the cycle of what? But it's worse than what I've got. because I'm using level 40 gear. That's 44 gear. That's right. But I need a better weapon. Weapon always letting me down. Alrighty, 3 more ice sprites. Hello. So what am I? Hang on, am I 40 what? 48. 48, okay, I'm level 48. This will probably get me to maybe 49? Maybe, that's like 10% chance to get me to 49. And then the subsequent quests will get me to 50 relatively quickly. There's the chest I'm looking for. Yep, I think I pretty much have everything except the mage pants. I just need the mage pants and I'm full maged. Oh man. The combat will get interesting eventually. Because you have more buttons to push. Some things have too many buttons to push. Alright, last group of trash mouths. Let's go. And then we get long cutscene. Hooray! Which is why I also didn't want to do it with people, because the cutscene takes so long and it wastes so much time. And they'll get bored and kill the boss anyway. Alrighty, here we go. Strong room gate. What is that? It's the Enterprise! Look, it's the Enterprise! Yes, just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. I could go first nose too. The dragon is not our concern. We have come for the airship and only the airship. Sit, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare it for launch. Chloe, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, we may need you to provide a distraction until we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? I suppose. That settles it then. Shall we sit? As you command. They're not even speaking. Like, everyone knows that when you crouch, you make less noise. Wait a minute. So, you mean to slake a root it next? Interesting. Most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous Primal conquests? A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers, the Ixal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I leave it to believe that you best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the Bringer of Light, Slayer of Ifrit, Bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle. Assuming, of course, you live that long. Evil magic intensifies. Elfiner, the dragon! Confound it all! Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer! Okay, bye. Roll. Alright, let's do this, fellas. AoE coming. Unfortunately, jump doesn't dodge it. That would be funny. Frost breath, don't stand on the tank. Sheet of eyes, just dodge. It used to be way worse. Because it used to make permanent circles of ice on the ground. Where's he going? It's gonna do that. Run away. Rawr. Hit we again. And away it goes. He missed. It's totally random, so I could end up not even charging wherever anyone's standing. It's supposed to just make you scurry away in a panic. Good. Go back to the sky in a second. For one final time. There it is. And then this one's a little bit different. Spread out. Through the dodges. So it used to be permanent. And like if you stood in it, you get frostfire, which is like damage over time, which is annoying. So yeah, he just completely missed. Not targeting me, so I'm safe to do this. And again? Okay. I missed the one cycle, sure. That's annoying. And the bar. I did level up. So level 49. Nice. Nice. Give me something good. The angle and a healing weapon that I can't even use yet. Okay. Because I don't have the job unlocked. And I won't for a while. Another crystal. Nice. That's what, 4? 5? I can't remember. We'll find it in a second. Five. Now I'm even stronger. Surprisingly. Chloe, you're right. Speak to me. I'm standing right here. No need to yell. Troll be praised. I feared the beast that injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already, which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, that would not be pleasant, right? Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. 'Tis a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state, but if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If all are in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set cause for Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. This is all so familiar. I know this airship. If I could just... Ugh, it's no use. Let's go. And away we are. Back in the warm sunshine of Gridania. Hello. How I've longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yet I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our guardian John proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a Primal to slate. No rest for the heroic, eh? I am actually nearly level 50. I need less than... I need literally just under 60,000. Interesting. Hello. Calls me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising. You did design and build her. Man. I bear good news. The CCS have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take 1 moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert on the workings of airships, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sit? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it, there must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements, but of course, that's it! We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see, you propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the bearer. Seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Sure. Though mayhap not to you, Chloe. Jeez. Thanks. We speak of the manifestations of over-expected ether that can be found throughout Eorzea. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric current, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which has been a great cause of war, as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use the corrupted crystal to convert the wind-expected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might, a scholar by the name of Lambertaine, who resides in Camp Dryburn. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time in the church. Well, Marx met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or want for a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies, corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was as a result of these conversations that poor Marx was observed to possess an uncommon knack of theoretical science. Chloe, I need you to return to Thanalan and seek out these scholars. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Or at least they're not sitting twiddling their thumbs. With coffee and biscuits. Or coffee biscuits, if you would. Where am I? Hello? Yes, I wish to leave the landing area. Alright, almost 50, so what I might actually do is go back to Coethus. Yes, we're going back to the cults. And then we're gonna just, jump. We might actually get nothing less it. Because our color wives, the collabs are right. Yeah, it was, but it's worth the one I have. We want to go to the observatorium. And then I will be back in a minute because I need a fresh coffee. And we're back. And man, is it cold. And not just because we're in co-ethos. Right. Hello, Elbrick, dear. It is pleasing to see how readily the dragon stirs within you. You show great potential, Collier. Potential that may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Estinian is no ordinary dragoon. Even when set against the legendary Azors of the ages past, the man is considered second to none. Such is his prowess. In fact, the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed Heldrith the Dragon's Eye had been reborn. I mean not to disparage your skills, Chloe, but to pursue Estinian in your current state will be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the dragoon, that you might face Estinian as an equal. Before we commence, however, it is only fitting that you were edified regarding our origins. It all began in the millennium past, when our forebears resided in the southern plains in humble circumstances. The Fury, impressed by the spirit of her ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. So did she appear before Heldrith's sire, a man of courage and integrity named Thornton, and bade him lead her people to the Promised Land, till it would become the great nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thornton and his people set to building a bridge. It was then that a dark shadow descended upon them, the great worm Nidhogg. Heedless of his own safety, Thornton fiercely charted the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm and fell to his death. Taking up his slain sire's lands, Heldrith hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The confrontation ended with a young man, his hand guided by Heloni, landed a mighty thrust that prized out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled, while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragon power, even so removed from its owner. It can exert control over the hearts of men. Heldrith himself felt its malign influence, but his love of justice brooked no corruption, and he prevailed over the power, claiming it for his own. And so it was that the first Azul dragoon was born. Being derived from our foe, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed. But as Heldrith proved to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we do not fear being taken in its thrall. But what is justice precisely? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, Chloe, and none can say that one is greater than another. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs and stay true to yourself, you leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough history. Let us return our attention to the present. A knight by the name of Sir Bruceman will see to the next stage of your training. Seek him out at Woodstrop. I suppose I can do that. Wait a minute. I have increased mount speed! I didn't notice! Hooray! Oh, thank God for that. I literally didn't see the pop-up for it. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. Now we can zoom through Coethus a little bit faster. Thank God. Have to go all over the place here. Alright, where is my circled instructor? Alright, he's literally down, down, down. Gotta go down. Down, down, down. I don't want to land and then get instantly killed. Oh wait, I'm level 49, it can't hurt me. Right, hello Bruce. I'm gonna call you Bruce. So, an adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. Ha! So Elbrick speaks of legends and chosen ones, but I would see you prove yourself in a more practical fashion. With your lance, defend yourself. Why are we training death gazers? Like, come on, man. I thought we hated dragons. Well, that was easy. The dragon stirs, resonating with the soul of the dragon. Or something. You have some skill, I will give you that. And the glow of your soul crystal. Perhaps Sir Elbrick was not wrong about you after all. Now return to him, your training here is complete. Now, annoyingly, I have to climb, but I can't be bothered, so I'm gonna spend 100 gil. I'm spending 100 gil to save time. I don't know if it was ever mentioned, but under free trial, you can only have, I believe it is still 300,000 gil, which is literally pocket change. To the point that literally everything is gonna cost way more. Like, it literally, like, 300,000 is nothing in this economy. Especially, since you don't have access to the play market and stuff. There's not really much to spend it on except, yeah, from merchants. And a few bits and bobs. But you can't get the stuff from merchants that cost, you know, like 7 million or 50 million. Yes, there is an item in this game that costs 50 million from a merchant. It's crazy. The soul of the dragon grows ever stronger within you, Chloe. Clearly your trial was a rousing success. I need only observe your crystal to know as much. Yes, though you've only just begun to walk the path of the dragoon, it is clear you possess the talent to become Estinian's equal. Go forth and make the powers you've attained your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed with your training. Ability gained. Elusive jump. Which is really just used the style. Hello. You grow ever stronger, and I speak more than just the flesh. You're slowly but surely realizing your potential as an Azure Dragoon. It's heartening to look upon, though I must confess that my presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand, the mere thought that the Eye would choose an outsider, one who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons, filled me with the gravest of misgivings. Yet you have, but I shall say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during your last lesson, I enlightened you regarding the origins of dragoons. You will recall how Haldreth heroically triumphed over the Great Worm Nidhogg and Ishgard came to possession of the Eye. Tell me, Chloe, do you believe these events truly transpired? Are you inclined to think them fairy tales? I ask you this because few folk have seen dragons in the flesh besides we Ishgardians, and most would as soon dismiss them as products of the imagination. Alas, dragons are no less real than you or I, with Nidhogg perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered the creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the Great Worm rouses, the blood of countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let us revisit the past once more, Chloe. The time is 20 summers past, and the place is Travania. After a century in slumber, Nidhogg awakened once more to resume his reign of terror. Entire villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants reduced to a smoldering ash. Sensing the Great Worm's unbridled rage, others of his kind began to rouse, and in such numbers as to blot out the sun with their wings. A deep, foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the valley of the sky in angry red. The agonized screams of the innocent fading into deafened hearts. In my station as the Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all, bore witness to all the horrors. But there was no time to offer even a silent prayer. Nidhogg lingered in only blah 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 blah. Nidhogg lingered in one place only long enough to lay it to waste, and when he took wing, so too did I pursue him, a man possessed. This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed an eternity before I found myself face to face with a Great Worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Coethus, raging on for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized it must end now, else it shouldn't end well. Marshalling my last ounce of strength, I waged all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, burying deep in the rawn of my opponent's empty eye socket, yet before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in his agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled upon the scorched earth, nigh insensate. In that instant, I thought myself surely doomed, but Helene was not finished with me. Having lost the taste for battle, Nidhogg let loose a blood-curdling roar before fleeing into the sky. The battle was over. While I did not perish from my injuries, they rendered my body unfit to bear the power of the dragon, and I was a Azure Dragoon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I had failed to protect. The last conflict with the dragons of Travania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinian is one of them, the sole survivor of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Nidhogg's wrath. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took Estinian as mine own son, instructing him in the way of the dragoon when he was of age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were born not of compassion but of guilt. My guilt at having failed him. But alas, I have also failed him as a father. For what manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief who would endanger the life of every one of his countrymen. Aye, you heard me right. All of his family suffered for his crime. Though we know little and less of the minds of the dragons, it is conceivable that the disturbance surrounding his stolen eye will rouse Nidhogg to awaken once more. That his kin have already stirred from their slumber serves as fair warning of that. Time is not on our side. Fortunately, it would seem that you are more than ready to embark on your next trial. Make your way to Witchdrop where the night Horstenhos here's the end awaits your arrival. My nation is depending on you, Chloe. My god, that was a lot of words. Lots of words. Swig of coffee. Back and forth, like always. And now, don't be fooled by the silly map. The silly map says it's all the way over there. Technically, it's correct. It's also wrong. And it's leading you astray. You have to go this way. Then, this way. And since they can't hurt me, I can drop down here. Through here. There's a random dude just vibing. And then there's Horstian. Hello. You are the one who would aspire to be Azure Dragoon? Why, you're not even a Vishgard. You truly possess the power that Sir Albrecht sees in you, then prove it to me with your lance. On guard. Oh no, my lance is this guy. Give me some dye in my web. Thank you. I would have preferred more than two, but two will do. Bam. The dragon within stirs, resonating with the soul of the dragoon. That strength, I have not seen its like since Estinian himself stood before me. Mayhap Sir Albrecht has the right of it, after all. Return to show you Chrysoptium. I have no doubt he will be pleased. Okay, it's here. Another 100 gil to get out of this hole. Alrighty, away we go. Ah. The back and forth, that's annoying. But this sure gave me a 50. Man. Hello. You have passed yet another trial with flying colors, Chloe. The day when you may stand before Estinian as an equal is not far off. And when that day comes, the eye will choose you over the traitor. I have no doubt of this. But we must be patient still. For now, you must continue your training. When you can do no more on your own, seek me out once more. Level 50. And finally an AoE. It's a terrible AoE, but it's an AoE. Ba-bam. Chaos Thrust. I forgot I just get that automatically. Double Dragoon. but has no skill. Impeccable timing, Chloe. A message arrived from Estinian but moments ago, much to my astonishment. He would trade words with us in business meeting at Boulder Downs. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may well be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count upon your company. And there we go, this way. Alrighty. I don't think I've actually been over here yet. Oh, my voice went weird. That wasn't the modulator, that was my actual voice that went weird. Alrighty, dodge the giant logger dude. He just wants to cut down some trees. Just leave him alone. And the reader, he just wants to read some books. Don't worry about it. And here we are. At an actual cool cutscene. And there he is. Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Estinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgard's walls brings us closer to the repeat of the tragedy of 20 times past. Surrender yourself in the eye and return with me to Ishgard before it's too late. Ah, but it is already too late, Master. For you say Nidhogg is already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause of the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. A premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Nidhogg seized with irrepressible rancor for the wound of 20 years ago. That rancor was sent him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. But there is a possible solution. Were the eye taken to a remote land, far from the Holy See, then, and only then, could destruction be averted and the lives of innocent Ishgardians be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there is more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me, the two are one of the same. You know my past better than any else. It was for no other reason than to avenge my family that I became a Dragoon. Dragons long outlive men and do not soon forget the wrongs done to them. What grudge they harbor burns as a fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You'd only look back on history to see that Nidhogg grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened our skies, the great worm came within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgard. Naught short of death will prevent him from completing his mission when next he wakes. Nidhogg took everything from me. Now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing two Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you've had my resolution. Now I ask that you lend me your power, the power of the dragon. In the long and proud history of Ishgard, never before have two Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. It's our best, nay, our only chance to send the great worm to a tidal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the dragon mail, forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as an Azure Dragoon, you must needs clad yourself in the same. Clad, sir, you will inherit the technique passed from Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon down the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first you must win the dragon mail, as I, Sir Albrecht, did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure, a series of battles so harrowing as to send the unworthy to an early demise. Nosta, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that she learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Estinian, wait! Say your worries. I do not want me to make myself easy prey for dragons. I take my leave of you. And there he goes. Dodge the reading. And the logging. Hello, Estidian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquiring the armor of which Estinian spoke, at first it was my intention to bequeath mine own armor to you. I am an Azure Dragoon no longer, and his powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand it over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is as Estinian said, the dragon armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood whence it came, the blood's power resonating with the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon mine own armor's power, its bond to me was forged years ago. Were I to bestow it to you now, I fear would offer but a scintilla of the protection it afforded me in those bygone days. Aye, Estinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he and I did before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure, that the powers of dragon blood be yours and yours alone. The ogre's belly will be where your final test begins. I shall dispatch Sir Brucemont there, seek him out upon your arrival. Alright, let's go see Bruce. Starfall. Right, it's over there. I remember where I'm going now. Right. This the fame word annoy me. The fate. Ugh. Hello, Bruce. You've grown strong since we last met at Pentra, but you pale in comparison with your Azure forebears. If you would prove me wrong, let your lance do the talking. Hello, sheet of armor, dude. Oh yeah, now I've got this. Bam! So our cast thrust is a damage over time. And it does more damage if you hit it on the rear arc. Once again, adventurer, you prove yourself worthy beyond my expectations. Take this. But no, your trials haven't just begun. Your next challenge lies in the chamber beyond. Sir Christine awaits you there. I can't say her name, it's too complicated. I have obtained some pants. Pants. How? What? Oh, because... What? Because they're tank pants, that's why. Okay, hang on. What are we working with here? It has less crit, but it has skill speed. But it has more strength and more fit. So technically, yes, it's better. But the game will tell me, no, it's not. You, a foreigner, would throw the dragon armor, then prove to us that you will not just do a dishonor. Hello, giant dude. Done. Free arc. Damn. The soul of Dragoon resonates with the dragon armor. However, Sir Albrecht said the Eye had chosen you, and he speaks true. The armor is yours. Wear it with pride and honor. Your trial is not complete, but be forewarned. Many before you have made it this far only to fall at the final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. I got some gloves. Where am I going? This way. I gotta see Bruce again. Hi, Bruce. They've made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself waiting me, Zero, or die in the effort. Whoa! I'm over here now. Wait. Hey, help me. I forgot I did that. I genuinely forgot it gave you enhanced piercing talon. It's done. The soul of the Dragoon resonates with the dragon armor. Hello. You've demonstrated your powers to me beyond a doubt. There is not in this guy who would gainsay your right to don the armor of dragons. I shall send word ahead to Sir Albrecht that you've passed your trials here. It is he who will present you with the fourth piece of armor and consummate your training. Go now, my fellow Dragoon, and deliver this land from the great worms of wrath. Okay, I got some boots. And then because I'm lazy, we're teleporting. Hello. I hear from Sir Bruce Money he performed most impressively. Yes, I stand more convinced than ever that you'll be the one to save our land. Yet be warned, Chloe, one last trial awaits you. You will face this trial in the presence of not knights, but of ghosts. Make your way toward the steel vigil, and seek out a gravestone north and west of the structure. Take with you this flute, and when you reach your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive, entertain your guest, and should he leave behind a present, return it here to me. That's a bit vague. More dragons. Let me go, Mikhail. I know this guy over there. Hello. Why does it keep doing that? Nice. Right. Because I'm lazy. So much forward and back, man. And now my cat's repaired. And if she's being annoying, I'll have to throw her up. Just looking, I realized she was to jump on me. Hello. Your presence before me indicates you've seen to the visitor. Have you ought to show for your deeds? Here you go. Ah, the skull of Greywine, an old warrior of the Dravanian horde. It's said that in ages past he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon past his prime is a formidable foe nonetheless. In slaying him, you've proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the honest Stinian, myself and our 4 boasted wear. While you doubtless wonder about the 5th, I can tell you Ireland is not mine to give. Fear not, however. Your triumphs in the trials and against the dragon of the horde give evidence that the dragon blood now resonates with yours. Yes, you stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge as any could be. And yet, before I proceed, I would hear from your own lips. The Great One's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle, to risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? When you are certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me. I got a helmet! There we are. Fatal seduction. So you would join your strength with Stinians, that Ishgard might be free from the rage of the Great One forevermore. Then I shall honor my promise. You shall have full use of your powers by the time we are done. Before we begin, there is something I must needs confess. You recall the tale of my battle with Nidhogg 20 years past, and how the power of the dragon left me on account of the injuries I sustained. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, Chloe. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from our mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragoon is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their seduction than ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Nidhogg's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met then with a look that would fair and pale a man. In that instant, I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not my own. Sorrow, rancor, pity. They threatened to drown the man in me and leave behind a dragon. Fearing that I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power that the eye had bestowed upon me, thus regaining lucidity. I was able to rout the grievously wounded Nidhogg. Alas, countless of his brethren yet remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Frandal with vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could do to save but one child. Nary a soul knows of this, nay, not even a Stinian, but I can keep him in the dark no longer. And our last meeting, Estinian said that protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge upon Nidhogg are as one to him. That frame of mind, I fear, may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and the desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter serves only to cloud his sense of self. When next Estinian and I meet, I intend to confess all, though it mean the loss of his good opinion. The outcome of the coming battle and his very life may well depend upon his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allow yourself to forget the origin of his strength. Ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding his time, ready to claim you for its own. aught less than a complete conviction, and you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So forewarned, let us return to our present endeavor. My promise to Esteem was that I would impart unto you the technique that will mark you as a true Azure Dragoon. If you would know the truth, however, this knowledge is not within my power to bestow. No, you must claim the technique much as you claim the fourth piece of the armor you bear, by proving yourself in battle with the dragons whose power you would unite with your own. I entrust you with this fleet once more. Take it to the southwest of Providence Point and blow a single note. By locking wills with your adversary and prevailing, you will prove yourself worthy to the champion the cause to which your lance is sworn. The dragon within you shall then awaken. Ugh, so many words. Where is Providence Point? All the way. I've already started running. But how much? He just goes on and on. But that's fun. Better he go on and on than I go on and on about my absolute despise. Disappointments of the next skill. Because it used to be better, and I could go on for days. Oh wait, I have to go all the way around, that's right. Gotta get all the way around. It's really annoying. If you don't know where you're going, you get lost and confused. But it should be over here. Right? There it is. Here we go again. Hello, dragon. Down he goes. And then why go all the way around? We can just do this. Ow. Hello. It's good to see you safely returned. I take it for your bearing and the engagement went favorably. Here you go. You left this place as a woman in Kai, but you return as a dragon. There is no more for me to teach you. From here, your battle is yours and yours alone. Now, you might recall me saying that the fifth and final piece of the dragon armor was not mine to give. However, that is not wholly true. I could guide you in the direction of that which you seek. That said, I yet have reservations. The sheer power the dragon housed within is such that a great many of your azure forebears, myself among them, have proven hopelessly incapable of wielding it. But I do not doubt what I see. Within you has awakened a strength that forever eluded the likes of me. If you are not worthy of wearing the armor, then I know none who are. Remember my warning to you, Chloe, and heed it well. Nidhogg is a lord among his kind. Aught less than complete conviction, and you will surely fall under his thrall. Before you can master your foe, you must needs master yourself. Hone your lance on till it can bear no further honing, then present yourself to me. When the time has come, I'll tell you what you need to know. I look forward to our next meeting, my young dragoon. This damn skill. So here's the problem with this damn skill. It used to be a gap closer that did damage and stun. Now it's just a gap closer that does nothing. There's no damage, there's no stun. There's nothing, you just appear next to it, it's like, okay. Why? What was the point of that? Unbelievable. Anyway, before I go on and on about it. Into the Dragon's Maw. Chloe, an urgent message arrived from Steve in your absence. He bids you come at once to the Steel Vigil. Him seeing Nidhogg is on the move, and rather sooner than we had anticipated. It appears that you have not yet fully become master of the dragon within you, and yet we are racing against time. I fear you have no choice but to battle to the best of your current abilities, and without the dragon mail I promised. Now that is the way. Astinia must know the truth to find out, lest he fall for the Grey Worm's seduction. Oh, then... Oh no, spaghetti-o. Back we go. Can't even have my armor. Unfair. Ha. Okay. This one's gonna be interesting because I have a very terrible weapon. And yeah, it's telling me to put that armor back on, but I don't want to. This actually gets me better strength, which is what I need at the moment. I'm actually wondering if I'm going to be able to do this in one go. And it's specifically because my weapon is so bad. Level 50 blacksmith, but what do I actually need? Shark oil, that's annoying. And that's actually impossible because I can't use the marker bird. Arr. Not bad. Here I am. Elbrick, I have long waited for this dare. You who fancy yourself an Azurdragon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and washed his friend out brand. Do you not think it ironic that I was chosen for Azurdragon, I, an orphan who has not a value to protect in Ishgard? I suppose I must give thanks, for it was the eye that revealed to me the truth, a truth so damning as to undo a lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father, but I can ill forgive you for Frandale. As I understand it, you've kept even the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to the grave? But I waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I shall lay waste to all the things you hold dear. Once I finish with you, I shall do what no Azurdragon has succeeded in doing. I shall claim Nidhogg's head. Calm yourself, Astinian. Your rage renders you vulnerable to the dragon's influence. Stay back, bro. I got this. Clay. And you, I thought I found a kindred, someone beside whom I could fight the Great Worm. It is with a heavy heart that I relinquish that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you deaf to your own destiny. Very well, that we would one day cross paths was inevitable from the moment of our first meeting. As we shall now find out who is the Eye's true chosen, there can be only one! I am the Eye's true chosen, as you know when I bury my lance in your chest! dragon within you stirs. You feel your wounds knitting. Ah yes, the power of the eye, but it cannot compare to mine own. You've awakened the dragon, Chloe. Now my flame shall consume your whole. Come on, bro. Get over here. The dragon's curse corrupts Esteem's very body and soul. Power, I must add more power. O Lord of Dragons, grant me the strength to raise thine enemies. Estienne, surrender not to the beast within. Have you forgotten the vows you swore? Oh, nah. Feeble creature, dost thou desire power? Look to thine anger and to thy hatred. It is there that thou shalt find it. O mighty Nidhogg, Lord of Dragons! Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs wherewith to rend thine enemies. Why? This is impossible. It cannot be! Forgive me, Hestinian. I have failed you once again. I am fine, Chloe. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise whole of body. Suffice it to say, I have much to reflect upon. Let us return to the observatorium. Bum 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 bum. Nice. The soul of the Dragoon shines with unbound radiance. Just teleport because I can't be bothered. And off we are. Hello. When the being of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me in the spitting image of Haldrath the Dragon's Eye, just as he is depicted in the Holy Scriptures. I thought that mayhap the years had taken a toll on my mind, but behold, the soul of the Dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. It would seem you've achieved that which was thought impossible. You've awakened to the ability that none but the first Azure Dragoon possessed. Truly a momentous achievement. I can still scarce believe that you were able to summon the self-same dragon mail worn by Haldrath, to think that it had been sealed within the sword crystal all this time. I have borne witness to many and more wonders over the years, yet none compares to you, my young dragoon could it be, so you are... Mock not my mutterings. I was certain that it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of the first Azure Dragoon, prompting him to bestow the honor upon you. Yes, that is doubtless what happened. As the being of darkness faded, so too did Nidhov's aura subside, and now he's kind of ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we'll learn the truth of it eventually. Estinian, my dear boy, whatever becomes of him, he will ever be as a son to me. I pray he's out there somewhere still, and that he has not wholly forgotten the great man he once was. When that darkness brushed against me, the self-same torrent of emotion swept over me, as those I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else besides. There was a voice, and it lamented the rift that divides dragons and men. You will come to comprehend what I speak in due time. Till then, Chloe, I pray that you will ever use your newfound strength in the name of justice. Bam! Your inner dragon goes stronger. My inner dragoon. Yep, it's my inner dragoon, alright. This concludes the dragoon quests for Ramaborn. Blah 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 blah. Basically, in order to do the next one, I have to, by the way, Dragoon Age. It's a reference to Dragon Age, obviously. So to do the next one, I have to finish a Ramaborn. That's a long way away. Now, if you're a girl, this is what it actually looks like. Your belly's exposed, so you just get one, dragon claw right in the belly and you're dead. So I folded my arms, that's how disappointed I am. Whereas if you're a male, it's the same as the Estinians, where you're completely covered. But for girls, they decided, no, you need to expose more skin. Yeah. And then, yeah. Cool, so that's that done. But then, well, we've also got, where is it? There it is. Worm's Armor Coffer. You get this for clearing a level 50 quest. It gives you the level 90 versions. Now, this is where we get into the nitty-gritty stuff. Every single item has an equipment level and an item level. So, as you can see, it says Dragoon level 50, but item level 90. So the higher the item level, the better it is. So we can just do that, and then we go. No blur. Nice. Okay, that's one down. On to the next one. Okie dokie. Where is he? Happy up. They did. You have earned the right to call yourself a paladin, but how do others treat you? Do they recognize you for what you are? Remember that fancy swordplay and well-polished armor do not make you a paladin. You must be just in your heart and strive always to be an exemplar of true virtue. Once, not so long ago, the Sultan Swan could walk the streets with their heads held high. When they marched by, the small folk would look upon them with reverence and gratitude, and no one was more respected than the captain, my predecessor. When I first saw him, I was still a child. My father had promised to take me to a local festival, but somewhere he took a wrong turn. We became lost and stumbled into a secluded back alley. Luck was not with us, because the next moment we found ourselves in the middle of a riot. Drunken hunters were firing arrows into the crowd, and we were caught between them. There was no way out. It was only a matter of time before we would be struck. That's when the captain saved us from our plight. I'd never seen a sword move so swiftly. It flashed faster than my eyes could follow, and in seconds the hunters were on the ground or fleeing for their lives. The captain was gone down the street, slicing at their heels before my father had time to thank him. Even today, I can see the captain as he was then, blood on his sword, armor impossibly bright in the sun. After that, all I ever wanted to be was a paladin. I would practice endlessly with my sword, dreaming of bandits defeated and monsters slain. Even after I became one of the Sultan's Sworn, the memory of the captain still inspired me. I was always the first to arrive at the training yard and the last to leave. And so the years passed, and before I knew it, I found myself named captain of the Sultan's Sworn. Yet the triumph was hollow, because by then, the honor of the Sultan's Sworn elite, that very thing that had drawn me to the Brotherhood, was a mere vestige, like a discarded banner of a defeated foe. There were many reasons for the fall, but the loss of Oathkeeper, yes, that was the mortal blow. The sword Oathkeeper was bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultan's Sworn by the then Sultan of Ulgar. In time, it became our standard, the symbol of the oaths we had sworn, and it was treasured by each who had captured for generations. Possession was proof of Sultan's Sworn command. But then the unthinkable came to pass. Oathkeeper was stolen by the traitor. It shook our brotherhood to the core. How can we be trusted to protect the Sultan if we cannot even hold on to the symbol of our fealty? We've been tarnished in the eyes of ruler and ruled alike. If the Sultan's Sworn are to survive, we must find the traitor and recover Oathkeeper. But the Sultan's Sworn have grown too weak, and we cannot do it ourselves. We've been forced to recruit outsiders to help us in our cause. I have high hopes for you, my friend. It is a great thing that we ask, and you must learn more of our secrets if you are to succeed. In outer Lanosia, near the Hermit's Hovel, is a grove where ringtails congregate. Pitting yourself against the host of the beast would be a fine way to hone the skills that I will teach you. In the grove, you will find another brazier, this time filled with a potent incense that will drive the creatures into a frenzy. Defeat your attackers and return to me. Lanosia, where in Lanosia? Where am I going? I have not been there. Alright, where have I almost been then? Hang on, which side of Outer Lanosia is it on? That one. Western it is. Oh, my throat's so dry. I need a zesty drink. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There we go. Alrighty, but... Okay, so then we go this way. $3,000 CLs. Okay. Keep going this way. There we go, surrender! Hooray! Through here. Out of Lanosia. Can't believe I haven't been here. Lots of floating islands. Floating city of Nem. But before we do any of that, hang on a minute, come on. Yes, I can. Camp Overlook, bunch of pirates. And away we are. Yeah, I remember this bit. Very easy and simple. I didn't even touch here. Okay. Fine. You want some? Fine. The hammer you work. Come on, kill the pasta. Any more? Nope, thank you. The memories of Paladin's pasta are working within you. Let me go all the way back to the... search for... Well done, you've taken the skills I taught you and made them your own. I still do not have word of where the traitor is hiding, but I will inform you the moment I hear. Until then, continue your training. Those of Paladin's past, but quick to hear their wisdom. On action learn, Sheltron. Earth Gorge. Or Gauge, whatever you want to say, I don't know. So basically, the way it works, so Sheltron needs 50 Earth. Now, how do you get Earth? Every single auto attack you do gives you 5 Earth. And then when you start contents, like dungeons and stuff, you start with 100. So that's nice. Battle struggles. Welcome, Paladin. You should know that word of your deeds has reached me. Few are those who follow the true Paladin path without misstep, but you are one of them. I am proud to call you sister. You have kept the faith, and in return I must have faith in you. It's time that you knew the truth, though it is hard to share, for it is a shame I would rather keep hidden from outsiders. Perhaps you remember when I told you of the traitor and the sword Earthkeeper that he stole. His name is Zygo, and he was my predecessor and captain of the Sultan Swan Elite. Yes, he was the same man whom I had admired as a child who inspired me to take up the sword and follow the way of the Paladin. He was the paragon of Paladins. Until, that is, he changed. Some years ago now, there was a struggle for influence between the Sultanate military and a faction within the syndicate known as the Monetarists. The latter emerged triumphant and the army's authority was diminished dramatically. Although Zygol was still captain of the Sultan Swan Elite, he knew his position was powerless, so he fled, taking Earthkeeper with him. In doing so, he went against the words that he had spoken on bended knee before his royal liege. Now it falls to me, as captain, to restore the honor and name of the Sultan Swan. That means cutting down my former mentor and master. I would do it gladly, for his misdeed cannot be forgiven. But his death will not lift the stain that mars our name. He must be put on trial in public court so that everyone knows his crimes. Then and only then can we begin to earn the people's trust again. He served for over 30 years as captain of the Sultan Swan Elite, and he's a formidable foe. Few can match his skill with a sword. Even together, you and I will find it difficult to take him alive without mortal harm to one side or the other. So you must continue to hone your skills and prepare for the day we will face him. To complete the next stage of your training, you must do this. Go to the Ugra River in eastern Fanalan and find the brazier we've placed there. By lighting it, you will draw the ire of the leopards dwelling within the waters. Face the creatures in battle and master your new skills. The fight will not be easy, but if you take to heart what you've learned and let the crystal be your guide, you will triumph. What is it with these guys and sending me to my death? Serve that. Oh. There it is. Hello. What is around you begins to chant. The Sheltron increases your block chance for about 3 seconds. 3 to 5 seconds. It's not that great. It gets better, but not for a very, very, very long time. It used to be better, but I don't know. Oh, we're done. Cool. Back to Ulda. Hello. Good, you've mastered your new skills and made them your own. But much work remains to be done before you can face the traitor Sobzigal. We are close to finding him, and as our net draws tighter, it grows ever more important that we make ready for the moment when the fish must at last be landed. Prominence! The second hit of your AoE combo. Finally. Poison hearts, and again, there's no ability. Welcome, friend. I have important news for you. In my search for the traitor, I've been looking through old records and discovered something chilling. Around the time the traitor Sobsigal was named captain, several famed soldiers of the Sultan's Sworn met with untimely deaths, but strangely our records do not say how they died. Curious, I begged the favor of an old friend and received permission to inspect medical records kept by Frondel's frontistry. I discovered that the soldiers died in various ways, some in combat, some suddenly at night in the barracks, but in nearly every case there were signs that poison had played a role in their demise. Yes, poison. Carefully, invisibly administered. The more I read, the more I saw the dark hand of death's embrace at work, assassins in the pay and service of the monetaries. A society so secretive that few believe it truly exists. But no matter how skilled and devious the assassins, they should not have been able to kill so many of the Sultan's Sworn elite without being discovered. Not, that is, without help from within our own ranks. So I asked myself, who had the most to gain from their deaths? One by one, the former captain, his trusted aides, the most capable of the Sultan's Sworn who might become future commanders. All of them, slain by an invisible hand. And with their deaths, the way was open for Solxigil to become the Sultan's Sworn's youngest captain in a century. The monetaries were plotting to kill the best and bravest of the Sultan's Sworn to purge its ranks of greatness and innovate it so that it could no longer carry out its duty to serve as sword and shield of the Sultanate. Which begs the question, how did Solxigil remain captain for 30 long years? How did he avoid the poisonous kiss when men better than him had succumbed? There can only be one explanation. He was the monetary's cat's paw, the turned clerk in our midst. Needless to say, I'm more determined to track him down than ever before. While I continue my investigation, I have a trial for you. I want you to seek the gallant armor, the legendary raiments worn by generations of the finest soldiers of the Sultan's Sworn. In accordance with Sultan's Sworn tradition, the set that would be yours has been scattered across southern Fanalan. Each piece has been locked within a coffer, which will be guarded by 2 men. You must best the Sultan's Sworn themselves to claim their armor. Yep. Fun. Method, using poison. That's low. Oh, not really. If it works, it works. Alrighty, so what I'm gonna do is actually do that one last. So we'll actually go this way first, because this is the easier one. In terms of getting there. Provided the A rank that was here when I was here last time is long gone. Is it in fact? Yes it is, it's gone. Good. Good, don't have to worry about it. Sweet. Man, it's sure going on the deck here. I forgot you could restart again. Nerk you off here. And we open the chest and we find Pebberts. Birds. There we are over here. Men ensuring what? I'm not speaking to you. They stunned me. Merge. Nerk you on here. I might as well use Sheltron. It stunned me again. Word. Alright, what's in chest number 2? A crown. Perfect. There we go. I claim myself as queen of Ulda. Now go. Find me some donuts. Ah, donuts. Anyway, here we go again. Stay off. He stunned me! Ah, the thing ruined stung me, my goodness. How do you like it? He tried to stun me again, and I fully resisted. Unbelievable. I opened the chest. Got some gloves. And then we dropped down. Oh, that's actually rebadged. I landed in it, I'm dead. Unless I can use this high potion. Which didn't really do much. Stun here. And then stun here. Whoops. Okay, we'll have to use some defenses here. Oh yeah, we're fine. I didn't think that high was that high. Okay. Well, we're fine. And we get ourselves pair shots. Some strange shots, but, you know, it's shots. Back to Ulda! fellow. Good, the armor is yours. You have learned your lessons well and honed your skills, and now you're ready to face Sobs the Gold Betrayer. Yes, the time has come. I've discovered his hiding place and made contact through emissaries. We are negotiating the return of Oathkeeper. Secrecy is crucial, as is preparation. We will leave only when you are ready. Okay. The recovery of Oathkeeper will be the first step in restoring the honor of the Sultan Swarm. I have told Solxigul that if he returns the sword, we will give him a fair trial. Otherwise, he shall be captured and thrown at the feet of the Sultana for judgment. The parley is to take place in south of Forgotten Springs in the Segoli Desert. Give me a map, I'll mark the location. While I believe he is acting alone, we must be prepared for anything. You may be certain that the Monoterrorists will not take kindly to his surrender. In fact, I believe that should the Monoterrorists discover Solxigul is willing to parley, they will surely try to intervene. Therefore, we must speak of what we do, not to anyone. We should travel separately so as not to attract attention. We shall meet again at the parley. This seems kind of suspicious to me. I've almost reached my destination. Oh, it's come up. I knew it. He's gonna try and kill me. I knew it. Yep, he's gonna kill me. Well, time to make myself captain. So you dared to come. You're a brazen one, I'll grant you that, but do you really think I wouldn't find out? Come, confess. My allies within the Sultan's one have told me the truth. I know you're working in league with the traitor and the Monoterrorists. Confess with your dying breath. You will tell me where I can find Oathkeeper and the traitor who stole it. Brr, how wrong could you be? Do you dare accuse my own Sultan's one of lying? We're comrades in arms, every one of us, bound in brotherhood by oath. I'll trust them with my life. What is your word when set against theirs? We know the meaning of honor. You are a naive fool, especially from the beginning, ever since you showed me the soul of the paladin that the traitor Solxigul gave you. You are, no matter how briefly, a paladin, and as such you are bound by a code of honor that is unforgiving as it is noble. Traitor, I sentence you to death and decree that your body shall lie here and feed the crows. Do you not know who I am? Brr, you're done, dude. Captain Claw, yes, that's what I'm gonna go with. You! You guys are weak! That's right, I will be captain. You taught me these, I might as well use them. Get stunned. Yeah, that's what I thought. Confess, you're dying here today, bro. Oh, no, you don't. That's what I thought. I'm captain now. You cannot do this. I'm the greatest swordsman. You're superior in every way. No, you're not. You're full. You were blinded, Genlands, by your own conviction. Genlands, remember your own lesson. A paladin does not exist to defend his position or the honor of his fellow Sultan Swarm. Those men were assassins in service to the Monoterrorists. The moment you outlived your usefulness, you were to be killed. You and this free paladin of yours. Liar, you are their agent. You betrayed us for them. You are always naive, Genless, too willing to trust your fellow man. It's one of your virtues, but you have a deplorable habit of turning your virtues into vices. Virtues? think the information you uncovered, how'd you come by it? Did it fall into your lap as if, oh, I don't know, someone was feeding it to you for their own purposes? You and the paladins under your command are the Monetarist slapdogs. Gentlemen who've been led a merry dance and followed their lead at every step. Then, you were never a traitor? You're innocent? I've wronged you. I hit him a little too hard. That, to be fair, I was trying to kill him. Easy now, your words aren't mortal, but you still need to rest. I'll take care of the captain. He's at worst. We'll have him back on his feet soon enough. You've become a fine warrior, and learned all there is to know about the way of the paladin. I think perhaps you are not aware just how much you've grown. Well, this time you were made aware, paladin. When the captain's recovered, keep an eye on him for me, will you? He needs someone like you to watch his back. As his head smashes into your shield. Damn. I was so close to being captain. Anyway, back we go. Alright, you're alive. Okay. Paladin, I have done you a great wrong. I allowed myself to be hoodwinked, accused you of treason, even turned my sword against you. I hope that you can find in your heart to forgive me. As for me, yes, I am recovered from my wounds, at least those that will heal. But far more important than that, Solxagel is innocent, after all. He was never a traitor, and the dream I followed in my youth is not a lie. I remain captain of the elite, although a poor substitute for my predecessor. I'm now working on a plan to strike back at the Monetarist and restore this armed swan to its former strength. No, gonna be afraid of me. We've unmasked the foe and he cannot hide behind his deceptions anymore. The assassins won't find it easy to reach me. For now, I will bide my time, marshal my strength, and, when the time is ripe, strike hard at our enemies. Nice, I suppose. Cover. Cover is what it says. It has a limited range though. So you target, well, first you need 50 O's. And then you target an allied party member. It has to be party member. And then, as long as there is the tether between you, you can see it, you'll see a tether between you. If they move too far away, the tether goes away. But as if you have the tether between you, you take all damage they will take. But the damage is reduced. But yeah, you can use it to cheese several mechanics. It's pretty funny. Keeping the earth. Hello. Welcome, Paladin. I hope to see you before I left. You remain a true friend, even after the wrongs I did to you, and I owe you my trust. So I will tell you everything I've learned. After our encounter in the hills, I spent some time in the care of Solxagel, recovering from my wounds. As I convalesced, he gave me the true account of what happened these last few years in his solitary war against the Monetarists. After he went into hiding, he tried to get word to me about what was happening, but I was surrounded by agents in the Pale Monetarists who kept me isolated and ignorant. They planted the lie that Solxagel was a traitor and tricked me into tracking him down. I was their puppet, twitching obediently at the end of the strings they pulled. But when I discovered that Death's Embrace had been behind the demise of my brothers and sisters, they panicked, especially when they found out I had shared the information with you. They set a trap for us and baited it with the promise of a parley with Solxagel. Solxagel was no traitor, as I should well have known. But I allowed myself to be deceived by the whispers of mummers and flatterers, and no, that was not the way of it. It was not their lies that made me blind with my desire, nay, obsession to restore our honor. For the Sultan sworn and all paladins who bend the knee to a high cause, honor is a means to an end, not the end itself. I lost sight of that, and in doing so, lost sight of my true duty. Solxagel understood what was happening, and that is why he gave you the soul of the paladin. It was a remonstration, a message. Look how adventurers live, he was telling me. Where does their honor, their authority come from? I owe my position to the machinations of the Monetarists. They calculated a young captain, eager to prove his loyalty, bound by unquestioning fealty, would be all the easier to control. They were right. I am a sham and a fake, but the world does not know that. And even the illusion of power is a power of sorts. I can use it to fight back. I will tell my subordinates that I'm flanked to Snowclake and Coerthus. When the Monetarists hear of this, as they surely will, they will send assassins after me again. But when they show their hand, I will stand my ground and fight back. I realize you may wish to offer your assistance. However, I cannot in good conscience put you in harm's way anymore. You too have become a target of the Cabal's assassins. The odds will be against me, that much is certain, but Soxabel has told me much, and if I am brave and vigilant, I know I can triumph. I am sorry you've been caught up in our own political struggles, but now as a paladin, it's time you travelled your own path. Ah yes, Soxabel wished to have it wherever you as well. You'll find him in central Thanalan. Allow me to mark the location on your map. Okay. Bye-bye. Hello. Thank you for coming, Chloe. We haven't much time, so I'll be blunt. Jennings will die if he faces the death's embrace alone. I know what I must do, and I suspect you do as well. If you are the woman I believe you to be, then we shall meet again soon. Hey, that was it. Oh yeah. Back to Coerthus. And then have to run all the way from Coerthus to Snowclark. Oh my god. Once again, going really far out of my way. It's so far. There it is. Hello. Yep. Here I am. You as well. I told you to go to ground. This isn't your fight. First Solxigal, now you brought Sorika to die. You forget that we are paladins. Wheresoever our duty leads us, we go, and do so of our own free will. To abide by one's own sense of justice is to embrace the paladin's creed. Sworn or unsworn, we are paladins true, and the only true oath we swear is the one we swear to ourselves. Now come, let us stand shoulder to shoulder and show the black heart the metal of our souls and the steel of our swords. Finally, a challenge for a trio of paladins. I agree. Ow. Oh man, I missed Sorter. And yeah, they just used Cure on me. How did I just get Cure as well? And Raise, and Stone Skin. Surely the Monoterrors would go to greater lengths than this. The Void Tome were called forth by a mage. A mage who is suspected of observing as we speak. Spray out search for anything unusual, but tread lightly, this could very well be a trap. Now I have to remember where it is. Ah, there it is. Random floating book. A naval page. What sorcery is this? Likely the work of a mage. It pulses with a queer light. Above the mage is the grimoire. It's a trap. Ow. Damn you, salts of gold flow, are you injured? How disappointing, I had to finish this quickly. Not that I expect you to live much longer. Cut down the assassins quickly, beware that mage! Oh yeah. Oh my god. Thank you. All these are Ramaborn skills. I haven't had to deal with them in so long. Where did that monstrosity come from? Overlook! Over there, look, that grimoire is the source. I will hold the beach to bay. Nah, I got this. Our meat is done. Funny. Anyway, you're dead. You've done well. You never flinched from your duty. You followed the path you knew you had to take, and you showed us what it means to be a paladin. That's because I'm amazing. And you even managed to prise the scales from Jenlin's eyes while you were at it. It's been an honor to know you and watch you grow. In any case, today's battle should blunt the Monoterror's dagger, at least for a while. They'll think twice before sending assassins after the Sultan's one again. I trust you will see to this mess, Jenlins. Yes, sir. I mean, Captain. Please, sir, return to the capital. Take up your command again. The burden is it is too much for the likes of me. The Monoterrors may have stolen Earthkeeper, but oath enough forge and steel. They are sworn in the heart. You never betrayed your odds, Jenlins. And as for your leadership, well, ask the Paladin if she learned anything from you. No matter what the circumstances, once a man has left the Sultan's throne, he cannot return. Now I follow my own path, and on it I will stay. Nice. I've followed you since the day I vowed to join the ranks of the Sultan's One. Has the time come for me to stop following and begin to lead? Thank you for coming. Once again, you've placed me in your debt. See me in the city when you return. I will have something for you. You will have quite a few somethings for me. You've kept jars that'll work in the memories of paladins past. Nice. And back we go. Alrighty. And back here. Where is he? Over there. Hello. Welcome, Paladin. These have been troubled times for the Sultan's One, and you've served us loyally. You did what was just, followed the Paladin way, defended the weak and needy. You are a true Earthkeeper. Honor and right were yours from the very beginning, and that is what made you strong. Strong enough to defeat me. Well, actually. The sword Earthkeeper has yet to be found, but I've come to realize that I do not need it. Nay, not to lead the Sultan's One, nor to restore our good name. The oaths we keep in our hearts. Not the hope that the oaths we keep are in our hearts, not in hollowed blades. Solxagol is left to wander in the nations of Eorzea. He is a man of honor, and unless I'm very much mistaken, he will continue to look for the sword that was gifted by our ruler centuries ago. I shall continue to serve Ul'dah as one of the Sultan's Sworn. He shall defend the people of Eorzea as a free paladin. Our paths diverge now, but we shall forever be bound by the oaths we keep in our hearts. But listen to me, tribal wards aren't as much good to an adventurer who has to face monsters and menaces out in the real world. Fortunately, I have something that will serve you rather better. The secret armor has been kept with the Sultan's Sworn for many generations. It was given only to those Sultan's Sworn who had, through feats of arms and deeds of great courage, earned the privilege to wear it. But something tells me that, for the first time since it left the armorer's forge, this armor should go to someone who is not of the Sultan's Sworn. If I allowed myself to be a slave to tradition, the paladin who deserves it the most would never wear it. Now, wouldn't that be a waste of fine plate? Just one thing, if anyone asks where you got it, you must say it was me. Nice. Hallowed ground. 10-second invincibility. And level up. Nice. Alrighty. So, as with Dragoon, there it is. I folded my arms out of disappointment. And then, as with Dragoon, you get the level 90 stuff. And then, bam. Smell white. Cool, that's that done. And now what I need to actually do bum 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 bum. Headroom, thank you. And over here, stored my items. Yep, stole that, stole that, stole that. Yep. Alright, I've got all this. Alright, whoops, I shouldn't be storing that. Alright, I gotta remove that. And then remove, because I'm this silly goose. Yep, there we go. That'll clear up some inventory space. Okay. Now I gotta think about what I gotta do next. Ah, but this can actually... Something I haven't touched on. The glamour plates. Why is that so enormous? Okay, I have used one plate. I've used 2 plates. Okay. So, normally, it's only for, like, the Paladin arm is only for Paladin, and the Dragoon arm is only for Dragoon. But, because I'm a silly goose, bam! I'm now a Dragoon that uses a sword and shield. Hell yeah! My spikes are piercing my shield, but that doesn't matter. Yeah. Because I don't care. Alrighty, I should probably honestly have some haste. Because I'm starving. So what I might do instead is at least do a little bit more MSQ. What time is it? Jeez, it's just after 7. It's all like I've got the time on the game, and then also on the stream, and then on my iPad, and then on my computer, and all that. Ready. Hello. Why yes, I am Professor Lambertine. Beg pardon, you wish to hear about my research on corrupted crystals? Truly? Well, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to discuss my work with a fellow woman of science. Silva. Thank you. Ah, so rare it is to find fellow intellectuals in this region. It is even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of corrupted crystals. Come to think of it, there was another hermit to whom the church had given sanctuary, curious valor, unsociable, rather daft at post-depression, yet possessed of an amazing affinity towards the scientific pursuits. But to the matter at hand, did you say you wish not to conduct field observations, but to harvest the corrupted crystal? Egads, woman, at least take the necessary precautions so you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. Into one if you have sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somehow endearing. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means by which these inherent dangers may be averted. Simply store the crystal you seek within its water pot to protect yourself from its deleterious effects. Thou surprised you will be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, take the pot to Haha Sakura, a student of mine monitoring the flow of ether at Highbridge. Explain to him your quest, and he will instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't want to search. I can't be bothered. Alright, where is he? He's over here. Hello, haha, sucker. How many times must I be made to explain myself? I'm not contemplating suicide, you imbecile. I have chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. Is the word pot. Whatever you academic vessel, why? This is the handiwork of Professor Lambertine. You thieving knave, I should call for the... Oh, you say the man himself lent it to you. And you must have sought me out per his instruction. Which means he believes me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightly despitefully deserve. We're gonna go with the silver piece. At her frabjous day, Calais, that I should be chosen to guide this woman. Yes, I, Hahasaka, greatest of Professor Lambertain's pupils shall see that you successfully quarry your quarry. The timing is impeccable, in fact, for I was just preparing to procure corrupted crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, the devastating destruction caused by the calamity has blessed us with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that naught but a perfect peace will satisfy your high standards, in which case you must needs descend to the deepest depths. Amidst the flowing waters and the murderous Mirrorites lies the most fantastic formation I have found thus far. Take this highly advanced researcher's tool and use it to separate a small fragment from the large cluster. Place it within the water pot and bear it back to me for inspection. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the Browning Wall is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution and you shall surely survive. Thanks for the vote of confidence, dude. Okay, now things here may target me, but because I'm level 51, the level 40 enemies won't, but the level 41 enemies will. So I just have to dodge all of the Mirror Knights. Hopefully. Now we're in 42, so nope, don't see me. And now I have to go, I've gone the wrong way. I need to go this way. It is so easy to get lost in here. Especially now that we can fly around. We can eventually fly around. So you don't need to memorize the layout. Unlike the olden days. Alrighty, we're here. This Mirror Knight wants... Oh, he always wants some. Alrighty. Come on. Boom. Just carry that one. And then I have to carry back to High Ridge. So now I don't have to worry about getting spotted because I'm just disengaged. And then bum 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 bum. Right. Bum 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 bum. Oops. This way. And then... yeah, that's fine. Bum 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 bum. And there we go. I see you come galumphing back. Have you the crystal then? Here you go. What a prodigiously large and lovely crystal. Professor Lambertine will doubtless chortle with joy when he presents it to him in person. And upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. Yep, you gave me a mole and said it was a scientific object. Well, it's clearly just an hammer. There. Ah, there's the prick. I didn't notice him last time. Good thing he didn't see me. Out in the open. One of the first times I've seen him out in the open rather than hiding. What a prick. I hate him so much. The bane of Sprout's existence. Mahis. Hides in the corner, blends in with the land. You can't see his black little horrible scales or fur, whatever you want to say. My keen scholar's sense tells me you've obtained a corrupted crystal, am I right? Here. If you will grant me a moment to examine the crystal. Ah, it is as you desired. A corrupted crystal overflowing with wind-aspected ether. Remind me for what purpose did you intend to use this, Trillian? What? To breach a barrier composed of wind-aspected ether? Yeah, that may prove problematic, as this crystal will only serve to strengthen the barrier. Suppose I am at fault for not inquiring as to your objectives from the start. Had I known your intent, I would have never sent you to Hahasaku. But what is science, if not trial and error? And can you truly say that this failure taught you nothing? Think, woman! You now understand that methods necessary to safely collect a corrupted crystal. You would doubtless have no difficulty doing so once more. What's more, the crystal you collected can serve as an invaluable resource for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Valdesian. You've heard of them? Well, I don't mean to boast, but a professional relationship with the organization, not as equals, of course. I would never be so bold as to claim that level of expertise. Are you alright? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You still a corrupted crystal to find. Corrupted crystals of sufficient size and strength are not all that common, I fear. Fortunately, one of my auditions, Sienna, claims to have discovered another promising site in Eastern Lenosia. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lenosia was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an Imperial custom. Haha, now that made for an amusing anecdote. It was Western Lenosia, far Sirius on the Isles of Umbra to be precise. I can't recall her exact reasoning, something to do with one of Delaman's talents or some such nonsense. What I can say for certain is that she is still in Alport attempting to gain access to the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Sienna's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the cross and violent ways of the local pirates, you might find a time to be quite pleasurable. Alright, don't forget to take your makeshift water pot, lest she think you unprepared for the task. Hello. Corrupted crystals, madam. I've no interest in being the butt of your jokes. If you know other reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. Here you go. Well, I'll be damned. Professor Lambert, I did send you. Beg your pardon. It seems we got off on the wrong foot. I understand the greatest of the professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he beat you seeking out. Indeed, I am a accomplished scholar and an extensive background in... Oh, God, it's just listening to me prattle on and on. I must have given this introduction a dozen times by now. As I told the professor in my many missives, I believe that the area surrounding Faris Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I have yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbra is prohibited at present for reasons unknown to me. See, my attempts to acquire this information are met with annoyance and disdain. Further puzzling, since I always take the time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subject of my questioning. Maybe you have better luck wresting information from these yellow dragons. I've all but given up at this point. So this is where some dialogue was cut, because that was a very weird cut. So listen to me go on, and then it just ended. Alright, I have to jump off the edge to get to this guy. What? Where is he? There you are. Oh, Cal, I should say. Hello? Ah, you startled me! You know better than sneak up on a person at a time on this spot with all the fatuous gossip of spirits and specters haunting the Isles of Umbra. Just because I know it's nonsense doesn't make it any less frightening. The key don't travel to Isles of Umbra. Bloody hell's last. Are you drunk or just crazy? Ain't nothing there but death, death, and more death. Bells of Umbra, what interest have you in that god's-forsaken place? Ever since we were forced to abandon Pharaoh, the Isles have become naught more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores, and a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them. Nice. Hello. Ah, Chloe, return. Tell me your findings. Really, infested with the undead, you say? That is a very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts. Well, worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thought, and I've concluded that this talk of spirits is no more than local folklore. As for why all travel to the Isles of Umbra is received well, mayhap is considered too dangerous, owing to the abandonment of Tharasaurus. Yes, well, anyway, while you were questioning those yellowjacks, I paid a visit to the local pub, since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion. It was there I heard tell of a man named Skyfrin, who was recently detained after returning from, wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually traveling to and from this. I'm curious as to how he obtained permission. Mind having a chat with him instead. He was arrested after all, so I'm somewhat reticent to approach him myself. Hello. Hi, I have to go back. She calls to me, sings to me. Tell me, Medora, I'm sorry. He was right. Oh, you could release me. Yes, release me. I'll go tell her. Let me go to her. It's strange feather. Hello. What did Skyford have to say? That's not terribly helpful. Couldn't care less how much he misses his favorite bar wench, but what was that, a man named Mimidoa? Wait, I know that name. That's the bastard who grabbed my ass the other day at the pub. If you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. Now, Lanishan, are ya? No? Then what are ya? Speak up, missy, I can't hear ya. Eh! Blood up me, is this what I think it is? No, couldn't be. You found it, you say? Where'd you say you found it? Skyfriend, you say? He was home having a word with the lad. It sounds like there's no one left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up Pharaoh, he was. Company sent me to supervise the lot of them. Weren't getting work done on their own, see? Half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them up and vanished. What's that? You be looking for Bashanar's Umbra? Why didn't you say, sir? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of old Mimidoa. Tell me how the land lies. Ain't nobody's been interested till you came, Colin. Pop ports up in arms about spirits and so forth. If I had the gill, I'd hire some sellswords and let him sort it out. But you'll do on a pinchy. Well, show this path to the skipper and he'll see you there and back. Hello. So you went and had a word with Mimidoa. I heard the valuable time you saw fit to waste amounted to something. You mean that disgusting creature was girlfriend's superior? I find it hard to believe, and this rite of passage does appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it is a relief to work with such an industrious woman as you. I look forward to hearing the discoveries you make on the Isles of Umbra, without me. Fine. I fail to see the justification for dragging me along in your journey, but if you insist, I'll go as well. The 12 is my witness. If you leave me behind to be devoured by some horrible abomination, I shall come back to haunt you. Take me yours on board, she pays, as if it's as simple as, alright, so you got a right passage, alright, then come aboard. This doesn't seem all that bad. I'm not saying I'd like to build a summer home here, but the hell would this? Here, take your pawn and go on without me. You've harvested corrupted crystals before, right? So it isn't as though you require my assistance. Speak to the main guardian again. I'm sure he'll leave it. Now, if you would please excuse me. She's gone. Beg your pardon, madam, but how did you come here? Access to this island is currently restricted. And old pot, I'm not sure I follow. I see. You wish to harvest the corrupted crystal. Sorry, Fran, you may have to return empty-handed. The route Master Mimido gave you may grant you access to the island, but only authorized personnel may proceed past this point. While you ask, look up and see for yourself. When that giant, massive crystal struck the lighthouse, it caused severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within that once powered the beacon. Contrary to what the small folk would have you believe, the fires of Pharaohs were not the product of a major thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption filled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumors of Walking Dead drove off our entire crew. Not that those rumors are incorrect. I've observed the fiends from a distance at the ship Graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal, Corey. Help me unravel this mystery, and I'll bring you your corrupted crystal. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies your requirements. As for where to begin your inquiries into the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago, seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship Graveyard. I'd be surprised if they knew nothing about the undead infestation, so it might behoove you to question them. Okay. Oh, there's a dead man, Mern. Hello. It's all there for the take of 5 billion years worth in fraction and color. But there is queer dead things in that, but actually the voice was quite nice. You still on too, right? Dead people, just standing about without a care in the world. Except when they do seem to care, that is, and start shuffling towards the water. The odds, that voice, that single fleeting burst, I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend, and it took every ounce of my strength to resist. This talk from the luring voice is distinctly familiar, as if... But that's impossible. They're all dead, aren't they? But if they have returned, beg your pardon, I was just, thinking about something. Which reminds me, I received word that Master Madal will be arriving any moment. Apparently he grew frustrated waiting for the sweet young lass with skin as soft as face down to return, which I'm assuming is you. I don't know what sort of arrangement you had, but you should probably go and explain yourself. What's been keeping you in this shit? I ain't getting any younger, you know. Some honey-voiced heart's been calling out to folk who wandered near the ship Graveyard and stirred up the dead and all. Bloody hell, just taking back to back days as a cannibal sailing on the old misbid. But they wouldn't dare, would they? Not from the lesson we learned them last time. Bah, they bloody would, they wouldn't, they brazen old biddies. Some folks said as the first purge would be the last, but I knew deep down in me bones as this day would come. And come it has. I bet me balmy ears science behind all this. Nay, not one of the sanguine variety. And shit, I speak of the other kind. Them what's got feathers and lure sailors to watery grave with their sweet, sweet song. But it don't end that, nor drown is just the start. Say, even in death, the man so's bound to the beast, forced to do a bid until his corpse can't do it no more. 'Tis a fate I wouldn't wish on me worst enemy, except maybe in a drink, and I'd regret it after. Anyway, 'tis up to us to stop the hell's born hussy afore she takes another soul. Course, we can't send you much enough to war without these. The Sire don't have their powers of men who can't hear a song. 'Tis lucky for you I carry a spare pair. Lucky for the both of us, I'm as superstitious all sort, eh? Well, she ain't coming to us, so best that ever to her. To the sheep Graveyard and the shit. Do I have? I do not. Damn. I will have to come back later. Hello? She processed near the shore. Suez spotted can't find. Come looking. Just a matter of waiting now. Waiting. I'm beginning to wonder if some flight bugger spots a yawn here. What? Did you hear that? She's Look, out of the water. She's come. She's come. Hello? Quick, lass, shove them plugs in your ears and get ready for a fight. As soon as she realizes you're deaf to her getting, she'll call in her thralls and we'll be up to our necks and corpses before you know it. I'm apparently occupied. Hey there, embrace, mind everything. Oh! I missed. Sorry, what? Did you say something? True love's bad, her cruelty's reward. Cast out, callous soul, dead to desire. Thou dead. Again. Spare mournful mistress distress. Why? Here's damage. Melody lost breath of death. The rhythm. Does thou not to relent, regret, forever alone? I ain't alone. I'm fine. My love, a river, one look, soul shiver. No. Hello, Captain. Oh, hello. I missed. Oh well. He did. No more dark eclipse the heart. That was easy. Hello. Am I alright? I'm better than that shit. Happy as a sailor in a place I am. Of course, I'd be happy as a sailor with true Watsits if we got to the Sunshine Bay kind of everything, can ya? She'll not come crooning around here again, no, not for a while anyway. And if she does, well, we know what to do, don't we? Thanks for the help, pardon me, I paid for your name, am I Chloe? Don't recall having known this shit by that name, but if you know me, old mate, what's name? Why, you've been so bloody helpful. Never mind, be seeing you, lassie. Well, there's another A rank. Hello. You mean it was the siren? Then how we ever resist the song? I see. I had heard that Master Mimidoa was involved in the first part, but never actually, let me survive an ordeal like that. I can't blame it for carrying you plugged around with him. Anyway, I have something for you. The corrupted crystal you wanted, safely sealed within the pod, just as you requested. Please, take it with my compliments. Don't know why I opened that. Force of habit, I suppose. I don't think I've ever opened that before in recording. Wedge. I don't know. Brain went on autopilot. Hello. Oh, it's you. Welcome back, Chloe. You're looking remarkably hale, I must say, and more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? Aha, the conquering hero returns bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive. Very impressive indeed. Yes, I think you'd be quite pleased with this specimen. Congratulations, Chloe. Seldom if I've ever encountered a corrupted crystal could boast of such a volatile overabundance of fire-respected ether. What? You wanted a corrupted crystal composed of ice-suspected ether to counteract the effects of regimen. Well, this specimen won't help you there. Anyone who knows anything about the arms could tell you that. You just have to keep looking, I suppose. Mount speed increased. Don't fret now. I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal comprised of ice-suspected ether. An associate of mine at Gridania has been studying the effects of one such crystal on living beings. What's with that expression? I thought you'd be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild dodo chafe, I assure you. And what's even better is that this time you needn't use that water part of yours to protect yourself with the crystal energies. Hayden's findings suggest that it's quite safe. Why ask? Well, let's just say it's undergone a unique process that has rendered such precautions unnecessary. Anyway, do not let me keep you. It's been a pleasure, Chloe. Come back and see me sometime, alright? Back to Gridania. Where's he? Yeah. Hi, come. Trying to remember, like, where is he again? But yeah, it's the one that's serving up. And we're running! Hello. Greetings and salutations, Miss Cohen, I presume. Sienna informed me of your adventures in Airport. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding. Though, as Professor Lambertain is fond of saying, no action taken in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. The matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could be found in abundance at the standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case. While there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within Tarswood, precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say. Permit me to explain. You are familiar with Spriggans, yes? The furry little rascals that want to seek out ores and other stones, while one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in Twileswood. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest, assuming they can even be digested. And I'm reasonably confident that one still resides within his gut. It's quite fascinating, really. My theory is that there's a giggity, first concerned a corrupted crystal when... you couldn't care less about all this, could you? No? To the point then, Giggity seldom makes his presence felt unless there is a particularly fine fodder to be had. Therefore, shall require a lure and have precisely the sort he will find impossible to resist. Simply place this true heart, I shall save the story of the origin of its unusual name for another occasion, outside the Spriggan's lair, and wait for the opportune moment to pounce. As for the method by which you retrieve the crystal of his gut, I shall leave that to your discretion. I have a sword, Thumbler. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. Down we go. They're level 43, so they will aggro. So let me get rid of this guy first. Just to make it less annoying, really. True Heart. Bam. Easy. Back to Gudania. And then I will actually just AFK for a second. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Sorry. Sorry, my fruit just got here, so I'm just gotta sort it out so I can actually consume it. Well, that's overflowed, okay. That's also overflowed, okay. But you filled that to the brink. Jeez. That goes there. Alrighty. Oh, jeez. Wait. Oh yes, that's right. We might as well go to the amphitheater, because it's closer. And then run. Hello. Ah, pray do not sneak up on me like that. I was a Christian. Wait, what's that? What is that god's awful smell? There you are. My word, that is a breathtakingly beautiful crystal. I see my supposition was not mistaken. Ah, and also see you weren't averse to digging through Spriggan and trials for your prize. We owe our furry friend a debt of gratitude, you know. Its thick coating of digestive juices is protecting us from the harmful effects of the crystal, just as the water pot you once used hid. Why so glum, friend? You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you saw. One overflowing with the earth-suspected ether. Calm down, I just suggest. It is comprised of I suspected the word not. I suppose that joke was in poor taste, considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. Yes, they were. Level 52, and then I just immediately learned Bulwark. Beg your pardon, Corey. I forgot to return your crystal to you. Alright, there was a message for you from someone. Yeah, sorry, from you. Blah, 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 blah. There was a message for you from Professor Labertine. Something about a name named Marx. Petty Professor misses the intellectual stimulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I didn't ask her why you knew that crystal. You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? It would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. Ah, well, perhaps it's best if I remain ignorant. I didn't become the Professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. Awesome. The airship landing. Hello. You wish to proceed my vessel? Yes, my dear. Yes, it's definitely mine. The Enterprise is definitely mine. Hello. All repairs and modifications have been completed, client. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. Here you go. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but this looks to be exactly what we need. Worry not, Chloe. I'll see that your fun work doesn't go to waste. Hooray! The Enterprise is already more than a common airship. Not by words, soon to become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Gold piece. Yes, more money. Lady of the Vortex. According to my test, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, the test can only tell so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure this will work. I think they're only fair to tell you there's a small chance, but statistically significant. Small but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive... Mayhap it is better, we remain positive. Kai, I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship, for trusting in me to develop this plan for everything. You helped me to rediscover part of myself I've forgotten. I'm not the man I once was, and I do not know if I ever shall be, but I do know one thing. This feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but, well, do you understand? It's gonna say it's gonna explode.
There. She's ready.
Oh yeah, voice cutscene.
Ah, she stirs. To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
Damn it! I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you. Just how long have I worn these damn goggles? Ah, yes, I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days. The young prodigy, admired by all, exactly like his father. Born and raised in Garlemald. It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye? When did Meteor become your everything, and your loved ones cease to matter? You abandoned us all, but he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not. Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man, with an all-consuming obsession. And so I ran, left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks. Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles. Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them. I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose. I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home. I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. That light. It was you, wasn't it? It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye. Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess. The Enterprise was made for this. To carry Eorzea's protectors into battle. I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Alphinaud, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden. I remember everything. My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything. Come, it would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
And here we go! What is it, Clyde? Don't tell me having second thoughts at a time like this, or you truly wish to return to Gridania. No. And there it is, parked just there. Our amethysts, all our travails, all of it was for this. Make ready, Clyde, for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. The howling eye is now accessible. Let's go, baby. I haven't finished my food, but it's fine. I don't remember if this is voice. And there she is. Through dares intrude upon my sanctuary. Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. Brazak, she's huge. Yep, she's huge. As I leave and breathe. There, look. Eyeballs. A Moja? A Moja and Kerbal prisoners, but why would the Exo bring them here? Wherefore come you hither, foolish mortals? Garuda, we come to put an end to your reign of terror. Pay you this blasphemy, my children. These landwalkers would bring me low. You who are bound to call upon the earth should revere me, for I am the wind. Did we not take to the skies and slip your defenses? We are bound by nothing, Garuda. You think your playthings give you strength? They will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle they may, I shall slake the roots with your blood and festoon the canopy with your entrails. Squawk! Slay the unfeathered ones, we shall, as offering to Garuda, they will serve! Leave the Ixal to us, Clay. We will keep them distracted while I deal with her. You not fail, Corey. Remember, you fight for the silence, for Eorzea. This worm would die by mine own hand. Come then, I shall grant you that which you seek. The music for this is so good! Let's go! Easy. No, no, no. Oops, my voice kinda cracked. What? What? How in the hell's? This is my realm. You've no herp yet? None. None. Did you truly believe you could defy God landwalkers? My power limitless, my children legion, and they've rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. They Their gifts sustain me, their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning waters, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. Then all shall worship none but me, the one true God. Of course, worship, so long as the Ix will keep praying, she will never fall. Then let's stop them. No harm will come to you, my children. This is only the beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment. The desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden birds cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine, all mine. You Landwalker, you dare to raise your hand against me. You shall be the first to pay for your sins, not with your death, but with your life. You will serve me, Landwalker, to your last breath. No, no, I claimed you. You should be mine. The final crystal. What are you? What have you done to me? No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. Da 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 da. Onwards.
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die? We've done it! Ah! Impossible it is!
Kill you all! Is that all? O Lady of the Vortex, O mighty Garuda! Of all primals, the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country, I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you! Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno Almighty, grant us succor in our hour of need.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to... No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire! It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
No! No! No!
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
Such is the fate of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
Have mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation? And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and Supreme Commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course. The Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius! Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the Primals to one side. For the time being, at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend. For we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
I'll in day's work. Hello. Well, that was an experience I would rather not have again. Something has been troubling me, Chloe. Surely before the Black War took center stage, when Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... but I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of the eye is apt to be misread by even the most inquiring mind. Again, I mentioned it. Return to the subject of our earlier discussion. We may consider the matter of the Primals closed until further notice. No beast tribe will dare summon their god so long as that weapon exists. Truly, a more effective deterrent I could not imagine, and which seems a shame to plot its destruction. Yet plot it we must. Reclamation. It is past time we return to the Waking Sands. To leave that headquarters in disrepair any longer would be to dishonor the memory of those who fell there. We have been brought to our knees, but we will rest, rebuild, and rise once more. Anyway, wisdom tickets, there it is. Back again. I had no idea, Kai. I can only imagine how you felt when you returned that day. Tell me, Kai, does what here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. Could be we have trespassers. Maybe it's just my imagination. Come, let us proceed into the Solar. Wait. Is there? Now, Ida, is that any way to greet a friend? Elfiner, Chloe. Sid? Wait, is this a dream? Not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Ida. I don't believe it. I was sure you'd been... This place has seen better days. I wasn't actually here when I was still in talks at the Adder's Nest. The first I knew about it was when I came back and I saw... Ida. the church had taken care of the bodies that still left the stains. It was hard to know where to start. If Y'shtola hadn't been here to help me... Y'shtola is here too? Yes, but she's not here right now. She's gone to order to me a man who might know what happened to the others. Pepper Lemur and Minfilia weren't among the dead, according to the church. Y'shtola thinks they were taken somewhere. Upon the orders of the Black Wolf, no doubt. Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires, knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the Primals. One that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. Gaius will be aware of its existence, as well as the immunity it grants that gifted to the Primal's influence. Powerful though his elegant weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Minfilia to gain an understanding of the Echo. None of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter, the Empire has shown its hand, and now must act. It's up to us to rebuild the Scions and save Eorzea. Can I count on you, Hida? What? Oh, yes, of course, what do you need? We can discuss that next move upon Y'shtola's return. For now, I say we rest. And I agree with that. Barrett's still a cutscene. Okay. Oh, never mind then.
Hear, feel, think. Bringer of light.
Hello, that's me.
Brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright. I am Hydaelyn, all made one. Hearken unto
That's
me
one
now,
giant crystal.
for the darkness doth begin to spread. Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always. The crystals shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both. Steel thyself, for at the appointed hour thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness. Go with caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
So a huge bite out of a burger. So the cutscene was gonna go longer. Y'shtola! Chloe, I see you Alphen are safe and said. That we five should meet each other thus defies simple explanation. It is as if the benevolent hand of Master Louisoix guides us still. He would not see us undone so easily, not now when the need is so great. I know where Minfilia and the others are being held. Where? An Imperial stronghold in the heart of Moderna, Castrum Sentry. highest made of quarter a weapon of ancient alloy, but I saw extensive magitech modifications. An Imperial castrum, to be expected, I suppose. Alright, let's do this. Let's go rescue McFeely and the others. The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, Chloe. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defenses of an Imperial castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now the castrum sentry houses prisoners whom the Gallians deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. We had to free our friends, will require an effective strategy, and if we had to formulate an effective strategy, will require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us in this. Lord Portalain of House Durandai. He is stationed at the observatory in Coethus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Back to the snow. We just left, but we're going back. God damn it. Bad. Dragoon, get out of the way. This guy, right? Yeah, this guy. Hello. I'm back and I'm a Dragoon now. Chloe, the woman who unmasked the heretic in our midst. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? You are an associate of Ishala, but of course, Lord Drillman confided to me you were assigned on the 7th Dawn. Estrum Sentry, one interest have you all in the Imperials. They hold several of our number whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide will be greatly appreciated. I see, that might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led to the castrum, a Hyoran woman, an Alison man, and 2 Lolofels, 1 male, 1 female. Has to be there, it has to be Nymphilia, Uriaja, Papalima, and Tataru. That scared morsel is of use to you. You may also be interested to hear more about a more recent incident. Incident? An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Coethus not long ago. 2 men, believed to be prisoners, a Rogated and a Lolofel, was seen fleeing the craft. What did you say? A Rogated and a Lolofel, Master Garland. Neither wore Imperial dress and both seemed disinclined to wait for rescue, hence our assumption that they were prisoners. Well, I'll be damned, it's pigs and words. Trust those 2 rascals to escape. We must find them, Chloe, and soon. The Imperials will not rest until they are captured or killed, and if Beaks were given a tri-side fee, he'd take a ladder. Freeing those held in Castrum Sentry will require substantial planning and preparation. As such, it is an endeavor that will admit some slight delay. The matter of the escapees, by contrast, will not. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in pursuit. It is likely only a matter of time before they catch them. If you wish to see your comrades again, you'd best act now. If, as has been suggested, the guards took our fellow science prisoner in the hopes of understanding the Echo, it seems reasonable to assume that they will not be executed until such time as the study is complete. The Biggs and Wedge are not sounds, nor do they know aught of the Echo. As Lord Portalain said, this may prove our only chance to rescue them. I say we seize it. Thank you, everyone. You won't forget this. Don't worry, I'm a Dragoon. final preparations are almost complete, my lord. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work, but all our efforts will be vindicated when the Emperor's vision becomes reality. And last, we've the power to purge this land of its false gods. We shall give the ignorant children of Eozu the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide. As you say, my lord, rest assured, our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. Ritaten, you depart for Castrum Arcadens at midnight. You will command the western front in Vilbrand. The Eozians will attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see they do not. My lord, if this be your will, I shall carry it out to the best of my ability. I live only to serve the Emperor. Yet, forgive my impudence, but is it proper to give command of half our forces to her? I have given you nothing, Prefectus. You have earned it. That'll be all. Dismissed. Yes, my lord. My quarters. 1 hour. Help. Someone's getting some. Sit up to sit down. My purpose is to recognize Galliot activity along Abelaffia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honor of being acquainted with Ishtala. Now, the report of the Imperial airships emergency landing credentials by way of the mail Darkhold, situated to the west. A man stationed at the entrance, a man named Brissel, may be able to tell you both. So as to expedite your mission, I shall furnish you with a letter of introduction. I pray that you will soon be reunited with your comrades. May the Fury grant you strength. Thanks, dude. Damage you gurn. Have fun. You stand before Zamala Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the great Guardian house of the same name. None but authorized personnel may enter. Here, read this. A letter from Lord Porcelain said, come about the Imperial airship. According to our scout, the vessel had scarce touched the ground when a pair of men, captives by all accounts, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have since been sighted in the area, seeking to recapture them. But the captives are like to be your friends, you say. Then let us pray they yet a step ahead of their pursuers. The emergency landing reportedly took place near the Oran Vale, situated south and west of here. I suggest you take your search there. Seek out a knight named Piermans. He should be able to help you. Hello. The Imperial airship? I saw it approach to land with mine own 2 eyes. I hastened to the landing sign, arriving just in time to see the vessel take to the skies again, but not before it had deployed its detachment of troops. Gruff orders were being barked, and there was an air of consternation about them. There were prisoners aboard the airship, it seemed, and I seized the opportunity to flee when the vessel was forced to land. The galleons who were deployed formed search parties and proceeded to scour the wilderness in order to alert our forces I returned to my post. To find evidence that someone had been here in my absence. Wherever they were, they tried the door to no avail and decided to go elsewhere. In all, I marked 2 sets of footprints, one large and one small. If you search the area, maybe we ought to follow the prints to their owners. How did you not notice? Jeez, man, open your eyes. Surveying the footprints. Why eat more of this burger? Well, this guy's dead. Luckily for him, I have some. I don't know who this guy is, but he's lying there dead. There you are. Seems to be AFK. Oh well. I have Conjurer unlocked. I just wasted a Phoenix down. Good job, Bay. In the bridge, eh? Hello? Cold. I want to go home. Yell. Ah, please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sucking as I look. It's all skin and bones underneath, I swear. Chloe, it's you. Thank goodness you're here. It's been awful. The guys are stepping on our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. I was so hell-bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping maw thrice. And when I finally found cover, he'd be how cold and hungry I was. Right, so where's Biggs? The Biggs? He isn't here. He went off in a different direction and Laura pursues away. It's me. Shit, have you had any success? Well, I found Wedge. Tracked down Wedge? That's wonderful news. Now what are Biggs? Biggs fled in a different direction. I see. Well, how are you surprised to be that the big fella went off as he did? For all the tongue lashings he gives Wedge, he's always taken care of him. I've scoured the area surrounding the Dark Hole, but have nothing to show for it. At any rate, we know for a fact that Biggs headed west. With both Ida and Stroller helping out, I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Now then, I'll make my way over to your position while keeping an eye out for Biggs. Henry Seraph, there should be an Ishgardian fortification not far to your west. Monumentala, I believe it's called, and let us meet there. Dear, I hope. Was that Master Garland you spoke with? Sure was. After 5 long years, thank goodness he's alive. I'm feeling better now, Chloe. Let's go to Monument Town. Wait for the chief to arrive. Yeah, this is the way direction. Hello. Well met and welcome, adventurer. What brings you to this frozen corner of the realm? Oh, it's in your companion's corner, chill. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I'll bring you a hot broth. How are we feeling now then? Stay here as long as you need. Same goes for you, friend. Just plan you have a hard journey ahead of you. You must find rest when you can. Don't worry, I'm a Duran. I'm fine now, thanks you, but I can't bear to think that Biggs is still all alone in the cold with Guardians on his heels. He lured the enemy away from my sake and now is suffering for it. I hate to have to rely on you again, Chloe, but do you think you could search for Biggs? I haven't the slightest notion we might be at the moment, but maybe, just maybe, the people here have seen something. You shouldn't be gay. Our brigade and gentleman dressed in the same manner as your companion. Sorry, he did not come by here. Let me think a moment. I would not raise your hopes on Julie, but there is a cave situated a short distance to the south. We call it the Fury's Gaze. It may be worth the while to investigate. I make this suggestion only because your friend seems like a selfless sort. Rather than drawing the enemy to this tower, may he be elected to passers-by. Bird. Destination! There's on him. Bad. Let's go, bud. When I think about it, what did Chloe even name this bird? What is this called? It's called Alice. Okay, I have no idea why, but sure. Chloe, were you able to learn anything? Not in this area. Well, that stands to reason, I suppose, seeing as he was trying to lure the guys away from me. But where within this vast sea of snow and ice could he be? We can't give up, Chloe. We must find Beaky before us comes to the cold or is recaptured. There must be someone in this tower who can help us, even if it's only to tell us where else to look. Ask it for me. Ask anyone who listened, and hurry. Big's chance of survival grows slimmer by the moment. Bad. This isn't Pokemon, so I can use my bird inside. They have a professor yelling at me saying I can't do that. Hello. Your friend is lost in the wilderness, you say? If he's not to be found around here on the vicinity of the Darkhold, it's possible he made for Whitebrim. To reach it, one must travel through Dunafin Pass, the southern end of which lies to the north and east of here. While I make no guarantee that your search will bear fruit, it is surely better than worrying in idleness. I wish you luck. Alright, one more thing. Do tread warily when climbing the stairs here. Not a Moonigar. I nearly broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble. Oh, you mean like this? And then this? And then that? I'm fine. Oh, hiya, stroller. The orders are to take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer? Why don't you come and find out, Tinhead? Chloe, this is while you were here. The situation is grave. This is in a bad way. We need to do something right now. Ida has the right of it. He will perish if we delay. With me. As I go first. But it's okay, I'm a Dragoon. You have learned, kill them all! Don't worry, I'm a Dragoon. There's more enemies. Oh, the better for me. Yeah, ha ha ha. I just need about 6 seconds. Alright, I'm literally killing Biggs. Where are we? There we are. This first turret is better than, you know, whatever. Hey! How? There we go. Bit of excitement. My thanks. Another memory and I would have. Well, he has been too long in the cold. We must find shelter for him. Well, actually, me and Wedge have been surviving their fire. Monument Tower, you say. Very well. Eater and I shall bury him there with all haste. Sid will be so happy to see Biggs and Wedge again. Oh, I love reunions. Be quiet, Eater. And we're back, next to the bonfire. I cannot thank you enough, Chloe. The same goes for the rest of you. Thank you all so much. Oh, don't mention it. We are a family, are we not? Well, yes, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. I owed a lot of you my life. And you say, Wedge is too, Chloe. I'm losing count of how many I owe you. Thanks, Wedge. God, it's good to see the two of you again. Thanks. It's you. It's really you. In our hearts, we knew you were still alive, but to finally see you in the flesh. When Alfredo told me the raid on the Waking Sands, I feared the worst. What happened? The enemy struck with nary a warning. We didn't stand a chance. Which now we're in the workshop when they came, but before we knew what was happening, the Imperials had us at gunpoint. Must have been awful. There's one thing I don't understand though. How did the Guardians get there so fast? I mean, the Immortal Flame should have seen it coming, right? I myself have asked the same question. That day when I returned to the carnage of the Waking Sands, I noted not a missing horizon, nothing at all to suggest the passing of an Imperial force. From this, I conclude that the Guardians came neither by land nor by air, nay, they were born there by the potent teleportation magics. Magics of the kind used by Yassians. Carry on. We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into the cargo bay of a waiting airship. Can't hardly say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold, Castrum Century. Upon arrival, we were marched off into the main complex. Biggs and I were thrown into a detainment cell together, while Miffy and the others were taken elsewhere. That was the last we heard from them. Castrum Century. What happened next? Well, we were held in isolation for what felt like years, well, probably myriads or maybe only weeks. And then, without warning, the Imperials collected the Parrers and put us on another vessel, which we found out was bound for Garlanod, much to our dread. We knew that if we were taken back there, we weren't likely to leave again, so risky though it was, we sabotaged the ship's altitude control and thereby forced an emergency landing. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, we managed to slip our captors. The rest, as they say, is history. If I didn't know better, I'd call that a likely story. Sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel. That would have been Biggs' handiwork, like as not. You always were resourceful in a tight spot, my friend. Chloe, thank you for returning my dear sisters to me. It would seem I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. There's still many questions in my mind, but the answers can wait. Maybe the others do one for rescue. Alright, you lot, Gala Ironworks is back in business. Let's go and give the Imperials what for. Hurrah! It's B, thank you. I knew the chief was still alive. Deep down I always knew, and he looks healthy too. Well, he could do with a shave, I suppose, but other than that... Thank goodness you found me, Chloe. I would have frozen or drowned or been eaten by a mud puppy if it wasn't for you. I seen you down your stroller have just pissed off. Nice. Thanks to you, Biggs and Wedge are with us again. I must find a way to rescue Infilia and the others. God knows we've been keeping them way too long already. Based on what we've learned, I believe it's safe to say they're being held at Castrum Sentry. So let us convene at Revenant's Toll and water on us. It's good a place than to prepare and better than most. The road leading east and south will get you there. When we arrive, let us seek the advice of the local adventurers. We're bound to learn a thing or two that will benefit our mission. Well, on teleport, because I can't be bothered. Alrighty. There's a million things that I should probably unlock. But there's many more to come still, so... Well met, friend. What brings you to Revenant's Toll? Well, actually, I'm here for a raid. Did I hear you, Riley? Your friends are being held captive at Castrum Sentry and you want to rescue them. I don't mean to discourage you, but that might prove difficult. Stronghold has been on high alert of late, with armed patrols seen about the perimeter around the clock. Not even a fly could get within 100 yards of the walls undetected. The Gallians were alerted to our coming. We cannot know what they will do to Minfilia and the others. We must act with the greatest stealth. It has to be good old-fashioned infiltration. That was security so tight, how are we going to smuggle ourselves in? Why, I have in mind to walk to the front door. Huh? The front door? Aye, we'll disguise ourselves as Imperial troops and march right in. For this, we'll need a few sets of Imperial uniforms, a suit of Magitech armor, and impeccable timing. Heh, that's a bold strategy, but it just might work. Where we are, there's certainly no shortage of opportunities to borrow the equipment. Knowing those Imperial bastards, I won't suspect that we savage Eosins would think to use their technology. Then it's settled. If you're determined to go ahead with this, I'd recommend you speak with Gormon. The fellow's got a personal grudge against the Empire and happens to know a great deal about Castrum Sentry besides. I have no doubt that he'd want to be made. Ian and I shall go to reconnoiter. We're gonna recon Gallian activity at the stronghold. It would not do if something went before they come us before we have the chance to act. Come and join us when you're ready, Chloe. Let's do this. Sometimes I wonder, Ada. Are there ever times where you are not enthused? I am nothing if not enthused, Charlotte. You're beginning to remind me, Papa Lemur. Hello, dude. Looking for Gormon, are you? Well, you found him, whoever you are. Eh? You're looking to get inside Castrum Sentry and need my help. Something tells me we're gonna get along just fine. So, your friends at Castrum Sentry want for rescue. That slapbot knows me too well. You can count on my help. I've got a score to settle with the Imperials, and I never pass on an opportunity to get back at the people. But enough about me. Let's talk strategy. Rescuing folk from captivity is right delicate business. A single oversight, just one little blunder, and it's all over. You can't leave any room for uncertainty. For starters, you need to confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt that your friends are where you think they are. You don't want to risk your neck on it to discover they've been moved elsewhere. But how can you find out yours? By following these instructions. If you approach Sentry from the east, you'll see a swapland to your left called the Tangle. Get in there, never mind all the marbles, and navigate your way to the southwestern corner. You'll come upon some drainage paths coming down from the stockhold. Don't ask me how I know, but one of them leads back up to the command tower. If you listen closely, it might be as you eavesdrop on something that happens within. Once we know for certain your friends are there, we'll move on to the next stage of the operation. Now keep going at good speed. Okay. All dead. Dodge the giant turds because they would just lap you with their tongue and pull you straight back to them. Incredibly annoying. I knew it would say me, because of course it did. You don't say nothing. Good. Now the pests are out of the way. Let's see what we can see. Oh yeah, I suppose. The faint sound of conversation echoes down the pipe. Word of the captive. Does she still refuse to speak? She may as well be a deaf mute for all the information we've gotten out of her. Yellow's not much better. The Allison gets on my nerves most of all. Every time he opens his mouth, it's only to spell gibberish. I do wonder why is the Tribune so obsessed with this Minfilia woman. They say she possesses some mystical power, something we Guardians don't have. Mystical power, like the kind of beastmen use. How am I supposed to bloody know? If you're so curious, why don't you ask the Tribunus yourself? As well try to tumble her. I like my head where it is, thank you very much. Outbreak's over, best we get back to our stations. I have her, said the order. And true, no one knows what around is saying. Oh, jeez. Liar. It's good to see you again, Client. You to understand you have conducted some reconnaissance. Tell me, what were you able to learn? Sir, Minfilia and others are indeed a Casham century. The presence thus can confer we may proceed with the mission. While you were at FFXIV, Sid took the liberty of devising a plan of action. Pray you have the details from him. Okay, hello. But we're clear. As Elfinard has already told you, we plotted out a course for the rescue. The gist of it is unchanged. We disguise ourselves as a pair of soldiers and infiltrate the stronghold. Glomon is looking into ways to procure a suit of magic armor. In the meantime, I need your assistance with some preparation of my own. Minfilia and the others are counting on us, Claire. Let's not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. Level up! While Glomon goes about devising his plan, we need to see to some preparation of our own. It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover that they're short in armor. To prevent this from happening, I'm going to put together a makeshift communications jamming device. The explanation is like to get a bit technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at a distance via electromagnetic waves. Simply put, voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west has been observed to amplify the self-same energy. By making use of this property, we should be able to drown out Imperial voices. To ensure that we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent crystals among the cluster. For this, I need you to go there and use this device to take readings. I'll mark the likely places on your map. Alright, just so you know, plasma is a drawn and landing energy. Don't be surprised if we wanted to appear. A few hundred. Now, you'll see that there's another main quest over there. It has been split, so now you can do whichever one you want first, but you might as well just do this one. Alrighty. Do this one first. The reading thingy. No matter what I do, you're gonna see me, so I'm scared of you. Nice. No, I don't. And then the last one is actually up here. There it is. Bless. They run away. Yeah, the reading's excellent. Here, let me see the numbers. There you go. Yes, 4 of these crystals should suit our purpose. I pray we won't have needed their power. My thanks, Chloe. And now we have to go over to this guy. Hello. Clean the wax out of you now, because there's something I want you to do by way of preparation. The plan's to have you enter Castrum Century all decked out in Imperial darts, but a disguise is more than just the clothes you wear. You also got to act the part. At the very least, you need to know how to perform a convincing Imperial salute. First impressions are everything, as they say. I could teach you to do the salute myself, of course, but it's best you learn it from the expert. So get yourself near as you dare to Castrum Century and watch the Imperials doing what they do. Nice. How didn't you see me when I was behind you? Come on, you imps. There you are. And we're waiting. Nothing to report, sir. We received an anonymous warning that insurgent forces are near. We must redouble our vigilance. I shall recommend that patrols be increased. Them. Might as well, since it takes so long. Did it matter to learn the Imperial salute? No, best you don't demonstrate. I'm liable to fly into a rage and crack skull if I'll just take your word for it. I've learned in a murk. Hurrah! Hello. You were called Chloecopter, yes? I heard of your plight from my friend Gulamon. As a fellow adventurer and son of Aosia at birth, I would offer you my assistance. In order to infiltrate Castrum Sentry, you and your comrades must disguise yourselves as Imperial soldiers. The question is how you go about acquiring the uniforms and helms. There are places a man might purchase them, but individuals who deal in such wares are not the sort of whom you would entrust your secrets. It'd be more prudent, I believe, to procure what you need via traditional means, from the bodies of their recently deceased owners. The fortified area before Castrum Sentry never lies for Imperial patrols. It ought not take long to obtain 3 sets of gear, 1 for each member of the infiltration team. Biggs, Wedge, and yourself. When you have what you need, please return here and allow me to inspect the spoils. Always just forward and back. It's gonna see me. Don't do that. Hello, give me your stuff. Give. Thank you. They tried to stun me, but I dodged it. Nice. See ya. We're able to obtain 3 sets of Imperial equipment. There you go. Damage, as I had suspected. In the present condition, I fear these uniforms and helms are like to draw suspicion. They must be repaired, if only superficially. Fortunately, the blacksmith Aganoff of the Diamond Forge and Marina's House of Splendors should be able to hammer them into shape in no time. Already sent word ahead, and have been rest assured that he's expecting you. Worry not, we have already impressed upon the need for utmost secrecy as to the nature of your mission. This is different. Maybe. Maybe? So you'll adventurous sock naloxone. I've been waiting for it. Now let's see what you got me. I see. Ah yes, I reckon I can hammer these back into shape for you. After all, your friend Sock Nalaka favors her, taking good care of old Langolf back in the days before I fell in with old Rowena, he did. Did you know he's the son of one of the wealthiest families in the Sultanate? Wouldn't expect someone like that to end up the life he did, but I suppose he or his father ventured his life calling him. But here I go, blabbering on when it's worth to be done. Just hold your horse birds for a moment or two, and the great Iron Guard will have your gear looking as good as new. And it's different. Okay. You used to have to go to the, Weaver's Guild. I think, if I remember correctly. It was many years ago. And there you have it. Won't do you much good in battle, mind you, but from what I hear, that's my priority anyhow. Do send Sockman like my regards, will ya? Go! Save up the process. Have you had the uniforms and nails repaired? Yep. Yes, they were served beautifully. The great Agenolf never faster impressed. The quality of these repairs would fully evenly caters. Thus equipped, you should not have any trouble blending in amongst the Imperial forces. Lest you fear the Gallians might detect your foreigners. Foreigners, in fact, form the greater part of the Gallian invasion force in the Ozio. You see, where the Empire subjugates new territory, it assimilates the people of that land into its armed forces. In turn, these conscripted forces are sent to subjugate foreign lands. In this way, Galamod nips rebellion and Biden expands its territory in one fell stroke. With that, my Ponyo mission is done. I'm full glad to have been of assistance to your cause. Why would I, a wealthy merchant, wish to help you? I know not of where you heard such a tale, but believe me when I say that I am but another humble adventurer, and one who desires only to act in the best interests of the realm. Good work getting them Imperial darts. You replaced the ear, I ain't been idle myself. It took me long enough, but I finally have to plan to get us a suit of Magitech armor. Now, from what I've seen, Castrum Sentry deploys a Reaper for most of its patrols. Trouble is, the patrols themselves are irregular, meaning random routes and random deployments, and hardly any of them come anywhere near Revenant's Toll. So, hoping to curse the Imperials out of their shells, I took the liberty of feeding them a bit of the old false intelligence. Told them insurgents had designs on their stronghold. Tain't far from the truth, now I come to think of it. Anyway, we should start seeing more patrols than we had up till now. What you need to do is approach one of these patrols dressed up in a shiny tin suit and alert them to the enemy's presence. Having done that, you want to lure them as near to Revan's Toll as you can. Lack as not, though, they'll be wary of venturing far from their own walls. They do need a bit of extra encouragement. Use the smoke signal here. Filched fresh from the Imperial Scout. They'll come running when they see that. And when the cavalry arrives, you hit them hard and make up with their Reaper. Simple as that. If I ain't mistaken, there's a patrol sweeping the perimeter right now, so run along here. Don't forget to salute. There is no way I'm changing my gear in vicinity of these things. Hello? Well, I don't have helmets, I take it. Do you have any idea what will happen if you're seen with us? The insurgents will land your head. Hello? Trespassers will be dealt with severely. You've been warned. Hello? You've no business being here. Be gone or I'll take you for an insurgent. Hello? What do you want? Hello? Need sleep. Hello? Well, that could be opposite, take it. You know, out of uniform, you'll do well to remember your courtesies. Ah, this thing's looking at me, witch. I don't trust it. Already. Never mind where I got these pants. Carry on, soldier. Insurgents gathering to the east, you say? Judging by your description, they are well beyond the perimeter, though. Not have it said I was remiss. You return to the scene keeping on us insurgents should all go where use of smoke scene to call us. Okay, bye-bye. Yep. If you don't mind my joining, seems we're sizzling in advanced weaponry, I thought it best to be on hand. Ah, there she is. This is the place, but where's the enemy? Sir, over there! Send in the ripoff, let's make an example of these insurgents. That where I'm adjourned. Valid level, where said you could kill? Easy. At last, a very own pseudo-magic armor. Not wishing to look a gift chocobar on the beak, but does seem rather wasteful way, doesn't it? Biggs Wedge, what's your honest assessment? Well, there's the fact she's sparking, of course, but looking past that and say she was structurally sound. I don't like the way these legs are buckled. Hate to say this, but the several mechanism may be damaged. There, none of the stays protected by thick armor plate. They are, yes, it's a HUD. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blur. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. Wow, whatever it is we're dealing with, we're not resting till it's fixed. Not one wink of sleep. You got that, Wedge? No, mumbling can't chocobar. I heard that. Hull has been set aside for our use in Revenant's Stall. That's where we'll carry out the repairs. Look for us there, Chloe. And away it limps. Bet they count us sitting out stupid inside. Go in and join them. What do you think, Chloe? She's a beauty, isn't she? Even an ironworks engineer. Haven't seen an ironworks engineer work while you're for a treat then. Stand back and enjoy the show. I've not had the time to take a closer look at the Raymond app. Preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. In Mario, Biggs and Wedge will see her restore her form of glory in no time at all. Give those two something to mend and they will think no one else till the job's done. 'Tis the marvelous thing to behold, provided you remind them to visit the preview. Oh, a weapon! Weapon. Give. Before I do anything else. Hello. 500 gil? Fine. Oh, yeah. Might as well sell the stuff that I'm not gonna use. But probably not gonna use any of this anytime soon. So much stuff. Keep the fleece because that's annoying to get. Keep the wool. All this stuff is very easy to get. And then what they're not actually sending to you anymore. Might as well. Never gonna use that. And then get rid of that. That's fine. Might as well just get rid of those. And that one. That'll there. Get me some money back. Oh. Okay. I would continue, but I've been going almost 6 hours. So I'm actually gonna call it here. Because it's literally 9:30 at night, so I got stuff that I need to do for tomorrow. As always, thanks for watching. Hopefully it was enjoyable. Got through a lot. Obviously got heaps more to do. So much to do. And then we've got even more to do once we actually get through the main story of A Realm Reborn and into 2.1. Because we're still in 2.0. It's so long. But it's enjoyable. I'm having fun. Hopefully everyone else is as well. So yeah. Gonna just say goodbye. As always, thanks for watching. Hopefully it was enjoyable. More to come, hopefully soon-ish. And I guess we'll see you there. And without further ado, bye-bye.